Yeah, it's good stuff. Spring collection going live this week, baby.
Oh man. Let's go.
Until y'all see them joints. I don't have any pictures on the stream computer, but I can show you just like just a quick little fake sneak peek right there.
Hello.
You can't even make this out. You can't.
Now look at the Giants one. Look at the Giants one though. The cream T-shirt. Come on, man.
Yeah, that cream T-shirt is kind of dope. The cream T-shirt and the orange hoodie.
Yeah.
I was trying not to drop a bunch of hoodies, but with some of the stuff Dave sent me, he was like, this has got to go on a hoodie. We dropped a hoodie. Have everybody out here rocking hoodies in the summer.
In Sacramento at that.
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
What's good, everybody?
Man.
Drake bars, you know what it is. They on the way. Drake bars.
Shout out to all my parents out there, man. You know, the parents, at least from Joseph.
Parents just don't understand. Go ahead.
When I've gotten to a place now where these kids have, birthday parties, and they're absolutely parties for the parents. It's absolutely what's going on. Mm-hmm. Kids, go play with little Jimmy over there, little Johnny. We'll be in the garage, tossing back a few, having a good time, champagning and campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, what happens every time there's a party now. And I love it. I'll be telling Reese, you want to make more friends? You want to have more birthdays to go to? Okay. Thanks, Ramsey. Thank you, Ramsey.
Here's a question for you, Ramsey. How do you know? Like, if you were watching Stanford versus Texas, how do you know? Ramsey literally can't go. You can't even wait till the show starts before you shit on something. Ramsey, you didn't watch. Sit back and shut up.
And to be honest with you, I was watching Stanford and Texas. It wasn't that entertaining.
And by the way,
it was a close game, but it wasn't that entertaining.
If only someone created a way you could watch multiple things at once, man. The first person that creates that will just be in just a world. What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome in here to the Monday, March 28th edition of D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Davion Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And man, we got a day for you. Whew. Seems like a long time ago, but the Kings won over the weekend.
Man,
we got Drake bars on the way.
Hey, we absolutely have Drake bars on the way. I was surprised to see that win on a number of different reasons.
Yeah, that a little sketchy there down the stretch. We'll get to that. There'll be plenty of time to talk about the Kings. It seems everybody here in the chat house is an extension of seemingly everybody on social media. And well, Will Smith got everybody's attention last night. We'll talk about that. I'm anxious to talk about it, actually.
Acknowledge me.
And above all else, before we get to the meat of what happened last night, big ups to Will Smith for finally getting that Oscar. I told you, I know that's not the we had a night where Will Smith and Questlove won Oscars. Unfortunately, Oscar So White will return next year. We'll dive into everything that went on with Will Smith last night. In the final, man, we got a guest list too. Camara Williams, Uncultured Bias podcast, going to join us today. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, going to be with us. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, he'll be with us in the final hour of the show as soon as Alvin Gentry, because the Kings are like a 4:30 start. As soon as Alvin Gentry wraps up his pregame media availability, he'll join us probably around 3:10, 3:15 or so. James will be with us. And oh, by the way, Final Four is set.
Oh, wow.
In storybook fashion.
Wow. Can't get no better than this, man. Get any better than, I mean, obviously if it was a championship game, sure, that'd be better. But look, that just be, let's be happy with what we got. This is it right here. This is it.
Yes, Michael Jackson, this is it. This is an elite Final Four, though. Like, there's all of these talks about blue bloods and one and dones and adapting new eras. Like Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, you can't get more blue blood than that. And then you throw in Villanova as well. Like, yo, this is the hierarchy of men's college basketball.
Yeah. The only thing missing would be Kentucky instead of Villanova. But in the last 20 years or so, Villanova is absolutely on par with those other three and Kentucky. Kentucky's been
sexier, but Villanova's got more championships.
Yeah. Jay Wright. I love what Jay Wright is doing at Villanova. I had a buddy who was a really big, he's from Philadelphia, and he was a really big Villanova fan.
Watch out for them. Watch out for them Philly folks. Damn, now that I think about it, Will Smith, Questlove won Oscars, Dawn Staley advanced to the Final Four. Man, Philly was lit this weekend.
Philly absolutely was.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Philly stood up. Yeah, but
that was the edited audio of what Will Smith said to Chris Rock last night.
Villanova, to see them in the Final Four, unfortunately, the young man, one of their best players with the torn Achilles, that may hamper them a little bit, because I thought Villanova was gonna maybe win this whole thing before that. Don't feel as confident about it now, but they looked like they were well balanced, ready to go. And to be honest with you, I talked about it on Sports Extra on Saturday, I think it was. And I picked Miami to beat Kansas. And Kansas is the team nobody's talking about that could win it all. Mm-hmm. And they have had a nice little simple, easy run. And not easy because of the competition, but just they haven't had any close calls. Mm-hmm. And they could walk through this whole thing and win a national championship without anybody even mentioning them. Yeah, they beat down Miami again yesterday, pulled away from them.
They did. Yeah, they did. There were a couple of games that were very much worth watching, and a couple that very much were not. I know people really love the underdog story, and I get all that. It was time to say goodbye to St. Peter's. Yeah. They had a hell of a run. We even talked about this on Friday. It's cool. Go one more. It's a good look. Get one more. I don't think I want to see you go much further than that. And the reason why is because of what we saw against UNC. It's like good. This is awesome. It's a great story. But now as we get here to the Final Four, man, I'm good.
It was absolutely perfect, as Kurt Hennig would once say. Mm-hmm. Like, we got our memory, we got an all-time moment. And now we can get to the big boys. These are the things that I talk about all the time with college football. I always bring back college football. But I saw a tweet from Dominic Foxworth last night, and he was talking about, I'm really watching this garbage game. This is why I hate Cinderellas. Eventually, they ruin a marquee game. Give me basketball powers, please. I don't want to be Googling where school X is in the Elite Eight. You can do that in the Elite Eight. You can. Yeah. Like that, I disagree with him there. That is fine. You don't necessarily want to be doing it in the Final Four, but essentially, college basketball got to where college football fast forwards to, but without the memories, right? You just laid out the blue bloods that are in the Final Four. That seems to always be in the, not these specific teams, but their version of Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, Oklahoma. seem to always be in that Final Four. The college football playoff, they just fast forward to you. They give you no memories whatsoever. NCAA tournament, because it's a different type of sport. I understand they can't have a tournament style in football. I get their handcuff of what they can do. But we have the Florida Gulf Coasts, Dunk City. We have the St. Peter's. We have the George Masons to look back on, VCU and things of that nature. But we still get the Final Four with pretty much the best teams in the country every single year. So it's just, I'm not taking a shot at college football because, like I said, the way the sport is, it doesn't lend itself to be able to do things like this. But another feather in the cap for NCAA tournament, man, because they gave us everything that we were pretty much looking for right now and culminating in the game of the century.
We'll get to that in a minute. But hat tip to my partner here who talked about the Blue Bloods over this stretch. North Carolina won its 130th NCAA tournament game, passing Kentucky for the most in NCAA tournament history. So the list now goes North Carolina 130, Kentucky 129, Duke 118, Kansas 113.
Yeah, Kansas is sleepy. Kansas only has one national. Well, they won with Danny Manning, didn't they? I don't remember that though. That was like maybe 87 or something like that. I don't know. The Kansas has
that's your
so
boy
much
Danny
success.
Manning, if I'm not mistaken.
Shout out Danny Manning. I guess.
Your boy.
But Kansas has so much success over the years, and just that one national championship that, I mean, an all-time moment if you're a Kansas fan. But I mean, Memphis had that one in the bag. That'd be had that one in the bag. Coach Cal had that one in the bag. Team couldn't shoot free throws. Make your free throws.
Well, it's part of the game.
Yeah, but Kansas, they may get the second one, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't watched a lot of Kansas just because I find them boring more times than not.
Yourself is not an exciting coach.
Nah, but I don't know. Maybe it's the three stripes too. I don't like seeing them in Adidas all the time. Like, I don't know, I'm not watching this. Give me a Nike school. But Adidas might be cutting down the nets come next Monday.
They very well may. They very well may. And it's going to be fun. Unfortunately for them, or perhaps, as you just laid out brilliantly, they've been flying under the bridge. Perhaps they don't care. Because all of the attention is going to the other side of the bracket. For the 100th and final time in Coach K's time as the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils, Duke and North Carolina will play each other.
Oh, boy. This is what I wanted. Obviously, if it was for the national championship, that'd be that much better. But
yeah, this is pretty sexy too. This is the Final Four.
Absolutely.
We'll talk more about what Duke and North Carolina means to like the casual viewer, because it means a lot. Like there is enough evidence in the last 10 years to show that despite the fact this game isn't happening on a Monday evening, it's happening on a Saturday evening. This could be a monster.
I think it's going to be a record. I think it's going to be a record for a Final Four, for a semifinal game at least.
It could be the record for a semifinal. It'll be a record in recent years. Like you can't even, when you look at the most rated, when you looked at the most watched college basketball games in history, not that I spent a great deal of time doing that yesterday, there's nothing within the last couple of decades. That's still number one. Yeah. That's still number one, and probably still under be the boy. I remember the share. So for an example, the rating last year, Baylor Gonzaga 9.416 million. I don't remember what the number of people watching the game was, but I'll certainly pull it up during the next commercial break. Here's an example of what we'll talk about. Duke and Wisconsin in 2015.
That was a big one.
16 share, 28 million. The Larry Magic, I think that was like 24.6. Not million. It was a 24.6 share. So again, the share in 2015 was 16. A 16 share.
That was Wisconsin.
That was Duke and Wisconsin. Yep.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Damon. I think they might get in the 20s on Saturday.
This 20 share or 20 million?
Well, you said Larry and Magic were 24 share, right?
Yeah. You think they'll? there is, and by the way, there's no semifinal that touches a number like that. UConn and Duke, 1999 to the 17. Arizona, Kentucky.
Oh, that was
so
nasty. Mike Bibby and the Bombasets.
1994, 32 million people watched.
That was Arkansas and Duke.
Dude, your memory is gross.
Yeah. Arkansas and Duke, Grant Hill's final game. Yeah.
That was it. UNC Michigan the year before did 32.9 million. Duke Michigan the year before that did 34 million. I don't know where this game is going to rank, but it's going to be the highest of at the very least, the last 20 years.
Yeah, I think it'll be higher than that 99 game. It'll be the biggest one since that 99 and probably eclipse that a little bit. That 99 national championship, that was monster. I remember. I loved that game.
That was awesome. That game. We'll step out. We'll come back. We've kind of set the table for some things. We're going to talk Kings basketball, and then we're going to do what many people aren't. We're going to attempt to offer a measured take on what happened last night between Will Smith and Chris Rock. Of course, we want to hear from you, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started. It's D-Lo and KC here. Oh, it's on the way, baby. On Sacramento's home for Drake Bars, ESPN 1320.
Scotty Thurman with a rainbow three over, I don't know who the defender was, but that was a big time shot against
Corliss' squad.
Yeah. And then they almost went back to back and lost to Toby Bagley in UCLA the very next year in Seattle, Washington.
What is?
Yes and no. It depends.
They're only because of I think Duke is only slightly more likable for some people because of the Coach K bow out, like the story. So the number in 79 was 24.1 and 35 million people.
Wow.
The closest was Duke, Michigan in 92.
That was
34 million.
That was a major one. You said 31 million?
31 million, yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, no, 34 million.
And Magic and them were what, 38, you said?
Magic was 35.1.
Wow. I don't remember it like that. I wasn't that locked in, but looking back, and I could see how Duke, Michigan would just be.
Oh, I remember that. Duke. Miss. I remember that stretch of really, really remember Duke, Michigan, UNC, Michigan, Arkansas, Duke. That's where I started to really, for some reason, I have zero recollection of Kentucky and Syracuse. Absolutely zero recollection of that game.
Wallace's run, and I think
I don't remember that at all.
That was 96.
Yes.
Yeah, Kentucky had one of the great college teams of all time that year. I think they had Antoine Walker, Tony Delk. Those are the two that come up, but they had like 5 NBA players, 6 NBA players on that team. They were crazy. They beat Calipari in the Final Four with UMass.
There isn't a semifinal game that even approaches these. Wisconsin, Kentucky in 15 did 22 million.
That was big because if I remember correctly, I think Kentucky was undefeated. I think
2015.
That was their first loss of the season. Only loss of the season. Willie Cauley-Stein walks off the floor without shaking hands. Damn, Coach Cal almost went undefeated. Lost to Wisconsin. If they would have made that national championship game, we might have saw, a 20 share, 30-something million. And that one right there. That's right, Ramsey. Ron Mercer was on that squad. Young Ron Mercer. It was his team the next year when they lost to Arizona. Celtic great, Ron Mercer. Welcome, Joe.
I think this is told y'all there would be some people who opening that app for the what is this? What part of Twitter did I wander into? I think this is the Undertaker match, but I have the Roman playlist going. When he stood on the ramp. This is the ultimate thrill ride, so this must be Orlando. When he stood on the ramp and did his fist to the ground thing, and the fireworks shot up all the way down the aisle, down to the ring, down across the stadium, that's pretty legit.
I got to see that one now.
Some of y'all spent too much time hating Roman to appreciate the great things he did. This match was trash, but that wasn't his fault. This match was absolute ass. Goldberg was the first.
Oh, poor young. Giant Gonzalez.
Oh, you can probably throw a King Kong Bundy in there. Yeah, how about so? Am I missing any? We got the Steiners going in. Who's and the Undertaker. The Undertaker, the Steiners. I know I'm leaving someone out.
I don't even think I've seen them all. Dr. David.
Oh man, I'm really
guys
concerned
check
about
that out if you're in the Valley, Joe. Go check that out.
Beat drops, baby. Stealing with KC. Man. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Camara Williams, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, going to join us an hour from now. We'll talk to him about some things that went on at the Oscars last night. We'll talk to Matt George coming up at 2:17. James Ham coming up in the final hour of the show. Want to dive into the Kings? Got a win over the weekend. Want to talk about Davion? But let me fall back because, my man, this is your time.
You already know what time.
Back-to-back Drake bars. Wow.
Come on. I don't even know.
Wow.
I don't even know what's going on right now. I don't even know what's going on right now. I was out here like feverishly writing bars because I usually have time to think about them and develop them over the course of weeks when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. But no, they got me working now. They got me working. So on Saturday,
Kenny's Drake bars are like a bill. It just comes once a month. Like it ain't, you just kind of forget about it.
Out of nowhere on Saturday evening, the Sacramento Kings defeat the Magic in overtime, 114, 110, 40. Give me that beat, man.
No, please.
Oh, my. Oh, it's the Coach K remix. It's the Duke remix. It's the Duke remix. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, that's hilarious. The Coach K remix. We're going to let that run, too.
Come on there.
No, please. No. Please, everyone be quiet.
Everyone be quiet. You heard Coach K. Yeah. Let's go. Look, you've been following prices, you can't gas me. Us Kings don't believe in magic, don't at me. Back in the day, I wanted them girls at McClatchy. Now I'm running the city in a slingshot, feeling jazzy. Kings with the win, down in the yo. Nah, no slang for them, they simply Orlando. It was Davion again, time to acknowledge him. Clamps on Cole like he was hooping in Wheat Tims, whoa. I said he had clamps on Cole like he was hooping in Wheat Tims, whoa. Yeah.
Okay.
Davion.
Good.
Yeah.
Good right there.
The Kings shocked me when I thought the game was over. I got a text from Coach Chris saying they won.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I caught the references, but would you like to explain the
well, I mean, we got a couple.
We got girls
here, and obviously CKM stand up. That was the high school I went to, but always and forever in my heart. Now you may catch me in a slingshot with Jazzy. I'm feeling jazzy. So, there's that.
Kenny knew today of all days, he better shout out his wife. He knew that. He was sitting on the couch last night. Like, you see that? I can't even get a Drake bar shout out. You see that? See what that man just did right there?
She's actually the opposite. She actually like, do not mention me in those sorry ass Drake bars. That's what she would
too
say.
Late. This
is
like,
you're wrong. You're wrong. They are sweeping the nation, not just the city. So, or not just the city, but the nation. So, honored. She should feel honored to be in the Drake bar.
Drake bars are definitely getting posted to Instagram today. That's for sure. This edition of Drake Bars is brought to you by Dave Garcia and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. He puts together all of the amazing work that you see over on DeLoandKC.com. He's got a portfolio a mile long, and he's a big part of the spring collection that we're dropping on Wednesday over on DeLoandKC.com. So shout out to Dave Garcia and Dave Garcia Designs.com.
Yeah, also, I don't know if just for those that didn't see the All-Star game, clamped Cole like he was hooping in Wheat Tims. Cole Anthony was trying to dunk in Wheat Tims All-Star weekend. So, it's fairly obvious to a lot of people, but for some people it's not. And that's why I'm here. They're like, why is he talking about Wheat Tims? I don't get it. Cole, Wheat Tims makes you slow, combat boots, all that stuff. So, I'm here for you.
Kenny's Plain, and also brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com. Personally, my favorite part of Drake Bars is the Kenny's Plainin'. What doesn't need a lot of explanation is the fact that the Kings had 7 players in double figures in that game against Orlando that did stretch to overtime. But Davion Mitchell led this squad once again with 22 points and 9 assists. There's some positives and some negatives with what we're seeing from Davion right now, with the biggest negative being the fact that De'Aaron Fox isn't around. So there's still a big question mark as to what exactly could these two potentially do together, which it's done. It's over. No use in crying about it. I just don't get why Alvin wasted so much time, with all due respect, to Justin Holiday and having him in that starting position when you could have had, even if you weren't going to go, you could have had Dante, you could have had some sort of unanswered question potentially answered, or at least had an idea headed into the offseason if you started De'Aaron with Davion or De'Aaron with Dante. But instead, we got a bunch of De'Aaron and Justin Holiday, and he took for granted that De'Aaron was going to be around for the rest of the season, when in fact it appears that he's not. Maybe that's misdirected anger. I don't know. It's just frustrating.
A lot of misdirected anger.
I don't know.
It's going around.
It's running rampant through the culture right now. It's just running rampant through the culture.
But I don't know either, man. I don't know either. And this is like, you talk about like a lot of good and bad going on. I think this adds to, we talked about the long list of things that Monty McNair is going to have to go into this offseason with kind of blind. This is actually kind of another one with Davion playing so well. Like, okay, he's doing well. Can he do this not against, but with De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah.
We don't know. We think so, maybe. I don't know. This actually adds to the list of issues maybe for Monty McNair. But I also look at it where it on the positive side, it's a solution. Like, I feel like you're getting closer to knowing that you have a player in Davion Mitchell. You may have to find a way to work him in. I'm not completely sold on the idea of him being a starting 2 guard next to De'Aaron Fox right now for a couple of different reasons. But it seems like you got a guy that if you give him the opportunity, you give him, like you've mentioned plenty of times before, the consistent minutes, he can produce for you.
He can, and figuring out how he fits into this is going to be extremely important. I mean, you talked about the unanswered questions for Monty McNair, like figuring out how this all works. I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as, he could just do this as a starting 2 guard. I don't think that's that. Like, that's it's a completely different role for him. And now you have a more dominant player out there with you. Not only a dominant player, because we are not factoring in something else. The other dominant player that's missing from the lineup.
Yeah.
Right now, Davion is doing what he's doing as number 1. If Davion is starting, and I understand that's a big if, but play along here with this because that's all we have here is ifs. He's number 3. as it stands right now, likely
Oh,
number
goodness.
4. If things go right this offseason, potentially number 5. Like if your whole, like, everything completely shifts for Davion. Maybe you're better suited being the first guy off the bench and kind of running things with that. But with De'Aaron out, with Domantas Sabonis out, we're seeing him get more aggressive offensively, still doing his thing defensively. We're seeing him be a distributor in what really feels like, not feels like, we know what it is. This stuff is meaningless. These are meaningless basketball games, and we have regularly seen. We saw last year Kings play well in meaningless basketball games, and this is tough. It's tough because we're getting a glimpse into Davion that I think is very real to who he is as a player, but very unrealistic to how this team is going to be shaped.
Yeah. I was going through something as you were speaking about Davion, and when you talk about unrealistic, one of the things that keep on kind of standing out to me as I go through like his game log is if we look as observers and people who follow the team and want them to be successful, it's like, hey, if Davion could give you 12 to 15 points, a night with Fox and Sabonis, with everybody there, that's good, right? Like that's some good stuff. And what I can tell, and tell me what you think about this, Will Z, if you're in there listening, tell me how accurate this is. It kind of feels like when Davion gets double-digit shot attempts, that's when he scores in double digits. When he's getting single-digit shot attempts, he doesn't seem to find a way to still get to like that 12 mark. Like I'm not calling him inefficient or anything like that. I'm not trying to put that on him.
No,
but he's like that anti-Harrison Barnes in that respect.
He had 22 on 23.
Yeah. And if you go down the list, the other night against Indiana, efficient, he was 10 of 15, still took 15 shot attempts, 25 points, 9 of 22 against Phoenix, 28 points, 5 of 14 against Boston, 12 points, 8 of 13 against Milwaukee, 19 points. Then earlier in the month, 6 attempts against Denver, 8 points, 8 attempts against New York, 10 points, 9 attempts against Dallas, 4 points, 5 attempts against San Antonio, 8 points, 9 against New Orleans, 4 points. So he seems to need to get the shot attempts. And that's a roundabout way of what you're talking about, in my opinion, about realistic. I mean, is he going to be able to get 15 shot attempts with Sabonis and Fox in the lineup? Maybe. I don't know. In that Milwaukee game where they were both there, he got 13 shot attempts. He was 8 of 13, scored 19 points. Kind of feels like 13 shot attempts is like the max.
It looks like, just a quick peek here, Davion has scored in double digits 34 times this season. 5 times he's done that with single-digit shot attempts, with the best output being 6 of 9 for 14 points. But he has like a 4 of 10 for 10 points. When you get up here to the games where he has scored 20, and he scored 20 in each of the last 3 games, by the way. Yeah. 22 shot attempts. He was 11 of 17 in that loss against the Warriors, 10 of 15 in that win against the Pacers. And then, the 23 shot attempts we missed there. So I get where you're at. They might not be there. They certainly wouldn't be there with the starting 5, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's so when you said realistic, it just kind of sparked something within me. It's like, well, is it realistic to think he's going to get those shot attempts on a consistent basis with everybody there? And that's before we talk about if they upgrade at the 2 spot or upgrade at the 4. I'm just throwing the name out there. If they brought in a John Collins, well, now he's going to shoot more than Trey Lyles does. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got his shot attempts to get up. So I love what I'm seeing from Davion. It is showing me something. It's a little confirmation for what I think he is as a ball player. But at the same time, I hope that he's able to find ways to be more effective offensively, scoring his points with maybe inconsistent shot attempts, right? Like one night you may get 13 shots up. The other night you might get 8. I can't have you disappearing if you're only able to shoot 8 times. So,
I wonder, we often talk about, and we've talked about it a lot this year, about, kind of building momentum, right? Having positives to take into the offseason, to take into next season.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder in the case, particularly perhaps more so than anyone else, if Davion Mitchell, if that could have like an opposite effect. Mm-hmm. Whereas you're the guy right now, clearly you're the one right now, and you're likely going to remain the one for the next, I think we're down to 7 games or whatever it is. Well, you're not going to be there. And I know Davion knows that. Mm-hmm. Like, and Monty knows that. Like, everybody knows that. Like, Davion is in this position because of who's out. I wonder if as we talk about building momentum, building confidence, building, things that you could take into the offseason, if in Davion's aspect, this kind of works in like it has the opposite effect on him, where he shows up for training camp, he's ready to go, and all of a sudden he's in practice and he can't get 10 shots up. Because not only do you have, again, we're all hoping for better, but play along. Not only do you have De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis back, you also have Terrence Davis back.
Right.
And again, this is assuming there's no other upgrade there, but particularly in the starting lineup, at the starting 4 or the starting 2, where you have a guy who, what has everybody been saying? What have Kings fans been saying? What have analysts been saying? What has James been saying? What have you been saying? We need shooters. We need shooters. We need shooters. Mm-hmm. Well, that could take away from what Davion could do, even when he's in that second role. Because if he's coming off the bench and playing primarily at the 1, his job, find those shooters. And it's not like what do they call it? A line change. It's not like 5 guys are out and 5 guys are in. Davion steps in. He'll probably be out there with Sabonis for a little while. Mm-hmm. And then,
I agree.
You know what I mean? So like his options his looks start to become diminished a little bit.
Right. And there's 2 things that coming up right now. So in the chat, there's a lot of guys, Rory, Buddha, they're looking at De'Aaron Fox, right? And they're saying like, for one, where is it at? I can't remember. I can't find
YouTube.com/ESPN.
YouTube.com. There's Rory. He says we need to stop blaming players for not fitting next to Fox. And like, there's a thought out there that De'Aaron Fox is a hard guy to build around. Here's what I'll say about the last 2 guys that you talk about, or you could even throw Buddy Hield in this. You can't put, or it's not even really De'Aaron Fox. You can't have 2 incomplete guards, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, if you have De'Aaron Fox at the point, he's not the greatest shooter. He's not a strong defender. You can't put another guy with those same issues, or not even the same issues, but the same, some like-minded holes, right? So Davion, we'll just use him for example. His ability to shoot is an issue. Like so you're gonna have Fox and Davion in the backcourt. That might be an issue because he can't shoot. Tyrese Halliburton, he can't play without the ball. He needs the ball. That's not necessarily Fox's fault. If anything, you would say that's Monty McNair's fault for putting him next to him. But if Halliburton was here and Davion was the 2, you'd still have a situation where you got a shooting guard that you're not sure can shoot the ball consistently. Like that's not Davion's shortcomings aren't De'Aaron Fox's fault. It's not because De'Aaron Fox is here. If Tyrese Halliburton was the point guard, you'd have the same concerns with Davion Mitchell. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I keep seeing people talking about, it's tough to match up with Fox and we need to stop avoiding that. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's accurate, because the issue is you're getting these guards. You can say all 3 of them if you want to. And even Buddy Hield was here. Buddy Hield was a great shooter. He was a terrible defender. So you couldn't have De'Aaron Fox playing with him in the backcourt, because now your perimeter is soft as Charmin. when it comes to the defensive end. It's
Mhm.
not necessarily De'Aaron Fox's fault that Buddy Hield don't play defense.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's the team building, and you have Fox already in place. Now stop drafting or getting guys that you can't play next to him.
I'm also interested because shout out to Rory. I guess he got the bootleg DVD that we didn't get. We saw Tyrese and Davion together extensively.
Mm-hmm.
When did we see De'Aaron and Davion together extensively?
Can't remember that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I might have missed.
I feel like, and I know Rory's a smart dude, man. I see his stuff on social media. Like he's a smart dude. That's a lazy observation, though, to blame this on De'Aaron Fox. To blame the fact that your top scorers are out, and now Davion is the top scorer. To say, oh well, Davion can't fit next to De'Aaron Fox, and that's De'Aaron Fox's fault.
Right. Like
okay, that's wild. That's I actually, we had just gotten done talking about, man, what a wasted opportunity to get a look at those two playing together potentially in the starting lineup, just like we saw Tyrese and Davion play together before De'Aaron came back. We weren't afforded that opportunity. That's a damn shame. But I guess, again, Rory got the bootleg, man. Upload it. Where let's go to Napster. What was it? LimeWire. Put it up on the internet, man. Let's hit the download button. I need to see that because I missed that piece of film. Maybe he's got the leaked footage from practice.
The ideal person that you would want next to De'Aaron Fox is, in my opinion, is somebody like Dante DiVincenzo. Dante DiVincenzo himself, I don't know if he can shoot well enough consistently to make that work. But ideally, you want a guy that's about 6'4", 6'5". He doesn't have to be, I mean, if you had a Buddy Hield like a league shooter, I'm not trying to be funny here, but like a guy like that would be awesome. But he doesn't necessarily have to be that, but he has to ask people respect. But what you need is a guy that is tough on the defensive end that can guard 1, 2, and 3s. Davion may be that guy. He may be that guy. I feel like it might be a lot to ask of him to be like, hey, guard the best 2 guards in the game every single night and give me 12 to 15 points a night. That may be a lot to ask of him because simply of his size. Like you say, he's like 6 feet. Exactly. Maybe 5'11". And he's tough as nails. He knows how to defend, but that's a lot. That's asking a lot. That's how you wear somebody down. So you would want somebody that could shoot, that could create their own shot off the bounce, and had the size to match up with different guards around the league. That would be the guy that you would want, not only next to Fox, but anybody.
It's funny, and maybe eat me because it feels like Justin Holiday checked a couple of those boxes, except the shooting one. I feel like they were trying to do the Luke Walton, Will Buddy Hield to make a shot thing with Justin Holiday, where it was like, he just got to get going. He got to get comfortable. Like it's never happened in a Kings uniform. Like it hasn't.
When did he play well? He played well against Boston, I think. That might be.
Yeah, I might have tuned that Friday night game out when they were down by like 20 something. Like, yeah, you know what?
Championship contender Boston Celtics.
That's big facts. They got some bad news today, though. Shout out Jesse. I know he's struggling there in the studio with the news of Robert Williams' knee injury. We'll talk about the Celtics. We'll dive into the NBA as we roll along. But the Kings are back at it tonight. An interesting one against Miami.
The other thing about starting Davion, I'm not saying that this is something that you would like not do because of, but it is another issue. Shout out to Drake Bars, by the way. He's spot on. Kings need Tim Hardaway Jr. That's the kind of guy I'm thinking about starting next to De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
He's spot on with that one. But like, if you bring Davion into the starting lineup as your starting shooting guard, you now have 2 shooting guards coming off your bench, no backup point guard, and you're almost in the same situation. Like my thought is you might have to go get a backup point guard. And that puts you in the same situation that it feels like we went into this season with, as far as an unbalanced backcourt. There was 5 guys for 4 spots. And we saw that didn't work out well at all. So if you keep Davion as your backup point, as your third guard or something like that, and say you come back in next year with Dante as the shooting guard, things are a little more balanced. You've got Fox and DiVincenzo starting. You've got Mitchell and Terrence Davis coming off your bench in traditional roles, or vice versa. If you want to start Terrence, put Dante as your backup, that's cool too. But it balances out the minutes and the rotation of your guards if you keep Davion as that sixth man, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm with you. I understand. I agree. And I think because I don't know, unfortunately, I think that puts Davion in the best position right now.
Mm-hmm.
Davion individually as a player, I think that puts him in the best position. But there's obviously a lot to sort out because we're not going to get to see Davion and De'Aaron together before the end of the season. At least I don't think we are. Of course, James Ham said, you win 6 in a row. Who knows? Well, we're 2 in, and they're playing the Miami Heat tonight, who have lost 4 straight.
You know what I've been saying? I've been keeping track. I didn't forget. I ain't rip up the piece of paper.
Oh, God. Okay.
Tonight is the only game I had them losing on this road trip. If you win this one, that's going to be my opinion, it's going to be a 5-game winning streak coming into Sunday.
You haven't learned your
Warriors.
lesson. That's a damn shame. You haven't learned your lesson. That is just a damn shame. We're going to talk a lot more Kings basketball when Matt George joins us, when James Ham joins us, when we take a look at the NBA. But we're going to step out. We're going to come back. Everybody's already talking about it already. We'll bring it to the air. The Oscars last night. It's coming up. D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I keep glancing over at this screen. This match is just awful. Just embarrassingly bad.
You're about to say it wasn't as bad as I thought. No.
It's actually worse. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Really bad.
Nobody in here to get me any water. What kind of service is this?
It's Cold World. Cold World. Did see that, TC. That's probably something.
Yeah, I need to dive.
We'll dive. Yeah, that's probably something more for tomorrow. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, by the way? I haven't taken a peek at what we're doing right here. We're happy all of you are here. I do want to mention, I know we're going to get into a topic everybody's really eager to talk about. Oh, come on now. What are we doing over there with the likes? Come on, man.
77. We got 300 people.
I don't know, man. Come on. Can you help a brother out?
Man.
Hit the thumbs up, man. Begging for likes. Brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs and the Dope Ones. Head over to thedopeones.com.
Kenny, you wanted Justin too, bro. It's positionless ball. Justin hadn't worked out. I still think he's a good ball player.
Holiday, yeah.
I think he's a good ball player. I don't think he's a starting 2 guard. So.
Yo, keep attacking that thumbs up, man. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys for jumping on that. I know everybody's really eager to talk about this. I know there's some new names in here commenting for the first time. It's all good, man. Share your opinion. Share your thoughts. I just ask you to be respectful. We know I don't know why everybody is so amped up about this particular incident, but they are. So it's all good. Just be respectful in the dialogue and the conversation with each other. Or you'll get Ramsey'd real quick. You'll get actually. You'll get actually.
WA.
Oh, there you go, bro. Oh, Charmel. That's right. Charmel's going in. Oh, man.
Camara's at 120?
15-ish. 17. Yeah, I think he'll come in during the commercial break. Yeah, he should be with us right out the break. He's like, man, I ain't got much time. I got to record a podcast. But about 40 minutes good. Like, Kamara, man, it's a radio show. We'll probably go 15 to 20, Kamara, and that's if we really get talking. But Kamara can go, so he probably, before you know it, it's 40 minutes. Oh man,
my mom and my aunt and Jazz are out in the driveway talking, and I just feel like I'm missing out.
They talking about you. You ain't missing out.
Oh no. Well, I mean, WrestleMania is not great.
It doesn't need to be 2 days.
There's like off the top of my head, there's like 3 matches I want to see. That's it. Isn't Charlotte and Ronda on Saturday?
Is that the closeout? Yeah. And Austin's on Saturday. Oh Lord, it's true. Your boy at WrestleMania. Appreciate you for being with us. We'll open up the phone lines because I get the feeling a lot of people are gonna have an opinion on this. 916-349-1320. We'll get back into the Kings. The Kings, of course, take on the Miami Heat today. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. Matt George will be with us in the 2:00 hour. Camara Williams been with us before. Big Kings fan, but host of the Uncultured Bias podcast. I knew watching the Oscars last night, we got to get Camara on the show today, and he's going to jump on with us before he records the latest edition of his podcast. Make sure you go subscribe to that. It's called Uncultured Bias. It's available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. It is a fantastic podcast. Mm-hmm. So Twitter was buzzing last night. It was one of those nights where everyone was kind of confused, not sure what was happening. And then when it was clear what did in fact happen, everybody had their own reaction to it. I didn't tweet what my actual reaction was. The only thing I really tweeted in pertains to that incident was I hate that overshadowed Will Smith's Oscar win. I told you how bad after watching King Richard that I wanted him to win that. And then I watched Macbeth and thought, damn, Denzel might actually get him again. Like Denzel is just going to haunt Will Smith's Oscar dreams. And I love that Denzel's also like the purveyor of black cinema. He seems to know everything before, like he knew Jamie Foxx was winning the Academy Award before Jamie Foxx knew. Like it certainly appeared he knew Will Smith was winning the award last night. But you know, with all of those great performances in those movies, I was so happy for Will Smith because he's done an incredible job. You know, he won that Oscar. He won the I think he won the first Grammy for a rap record when they put rap into the Grammy category. He was the first winner of that. And I just have had a tremendous love for Will Smith since I was probably like 8 years old. Like he was my true introduction to hip hop. Like my mom was not letting me listen to NWA and stuff like that. Coming out the gate, it was DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Mm-hmm. And then when when my mom really started to trust me, then I was able to get Run DMC. And then I was able to get, move on from there. But Will Smith has always held just kind of a place in my love for hip hop and love for movies. So I was disappointed that such a massive night for him was overshadowed by something that happened earlier with Chris Rock. Now, we've all seen multiple different versions of the videos. We all have an opinion on it. I'm curious what your opinion is.
I'm disappointed more and more as I see it, as I see the fallout. Disappointed in Will Smith. You know what I mean? I don't want to see him doing that. You know what I'm saying? And more importantly, or maybe not more importantly, but just as important in my opinion, these two legends, man. Mm-hmm. These two legends. I don't want to see these guys having this type of incident, especially like you mentioned, on a night that was supposed to be something different for Will. And you remember for something different. And it's forever upstaged that now. And I love Will Smith. I hate that happened to his night. You mentioned Questlove a little bit. I mean, that was the award that went to Questlove. That's why Chris Rock came back out. And we don't even remember that. And I heard a little bit of his speech. Great speech, great moment. And all of this upstaged it. And I just, I look at those guys as two legends, two black men who are legends in our culture and in entertainment. And I just hate that they had that moment right there. You know what I'm saying? I feel Will, people are saying Will defended his wife. He's not wrong for defending his wife. Not at all. But I didn't think it had to go down that way at all.
I think we all, and you mentioned Questlove, man. Let's also point out Shaquille O'Neal and Steph Curry won Oscars last night for their role in putting together a short film. Last night was a hell of a night for the culture.
Yeah.
At the Oscars of all places, and that can't be lost in all of this. Will Smith slaps Chris Rock at the Source Awards. You feel you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I got
Chris Rock slaps, Will Smith slaps Chris Rock at the BET Awards.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody checking for this. But he did it. To put it delicately, he did it in mixed company. And that opened up everyone to kind of weigh in on stuff. And I know we attempt to put ourselves in positions. I would have done this. Like I saw a clip just before the show started on social media from Shannon Sharp. I would have whooped I would have whooped Will Smith's ass all over that stage. No, you think you know what you would do. Will Smith should have he should have approached him behind the scenes. He should have approached Chris Rock backstage. You think you know what you're going to do. You don't know what Will Smith is going through. You don't know what the weight of that day, what the weight of the week, what the weight of the you know how you might react in the exact moment that you're in right now. You might react one way today. You might react an entirely different way tomorrow. Moods change. Things leading into the award ceremony change. Like the dynamics of your life change in an instant. We don't know how we would have reacted. The whole I would have done this, I would have done that. Y'all got to stop that because you don't know what you would have done. You've never been in that position. You might be able to relate to being in a certain position, but you ain't never been in Will Smith's position. And I think there's one really important note that I honestly just don't know the answer to. I do know that Chris Rock made jokes about Jada in the past, particularly at the 2016 when he was talking about boycotting and like you can't boycott something you're not invited to. That's kind of the short gist of the joke. So I don't know what the relationship is between Chris Rock and Will Smith. I think because you said it, they're two legends, right? And let's narrow it down a little bit further. The two black legends. I think everybody looks at it like, well, they've got to be friends, right? That's how it works. They're legendary figures. They're both black. They're fighting the same battles. Of course they're friends. We don't know that they're friends. We don't know what type of relationship they have. We don't know that they haven't exchanged words before. But I can tell you, you tell even if I feel it's off color, you tell a joke about my significant other in front of me, in front of a large group of people, I'm going to react a certain way that's going to be a whole lot different than, say, if Carmichael Dave does it or someone I don't have that relationship with does. And I think overlooking that aspect of it, there's this whole like comedians. Oh, what? And I saw this on last night. People I know and respect. Oh, comedians can't tell jokes. No, comedians absolutely can tell jokes. But when your joke is geared at somebody, you have to be prepared for how that somebody is going to act. Comedians don't have carte blanche to say whatever the F they want to and guise it behind comedy. You want to make a joke about my wife's condition? That's fine. I have a retort to your joke. And that's what I feel Will did last night. I'm not condoning. I'm not saying it's okay.
Right.
But it's the whole Chris Rock line. You want to tell Chris Rock jokes? Maybe he shouldn't have slapped him. But I understand.
Well, no, I get that. And there was a lot of discussion about whether or not Chris Rock knew about Jada's condition. I think Charlemagne was speaking this morning. He said he talked to Chris Rock last night. Chris Rock said he didn't know. And that's that's not my my lane. I'm not in the Hollywood circles or anything like that. I don't know Chris Rock personally, but I do feel, maybe it's just the hope, but I do feel that if Chris Rock knew about the condition, he wouldn't have made that joke. And that's all I can say is I don't think he knew about that. I know I didn't know about it, you know what I mean? But I'm also not, following Jada and Will's every move. You know what I'm saying? I guess she's talked about it a lot in the past. I never knew about that. You know what I mean? I never knew about her condition. I thought that was just her style, and she did it perfectly all throughout her career to wear her hair low. I thought that's what that was. You know what I mean? And she had the shaved head or look shaved. Chris made a joke. I don't believe if he would have known about that he would have said that. Maybe it's just me hoping about the type of man that I think he is, but I don't think he would have. I do feel, and tell me what you think about this, man. I thought Will was out of line for the action. I wish he would have apologized at some point last night. That's just my thought about it. I mean, because
I don't have a problem with him not apologizing last night during the speech. I was curious if he was, especially when he said, I apologize to the other nominees in the Academy and all of that. But if you felt in this, I have to assume, by the way, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. If you felt you were disrespected in that moment, to the best of my knowledge, and there's like some video out there, he appeared to, I don't know that he actually went to the back, but he was speaking with, I know he was speaking with Denzel Washington. He was speaking with, I think Tyler Perry. A couple of people came over to see him. He never had the opportunity that, at least that I'm aware of, to confront or speak to Chris Rock. Mm-hmm. In that moment, if you feel that your actions were justified, I don't think you owe Chris Rock an apology. I don't have a problem with him not apologizing in that moment. Yeah, now, maybe he'll feel differently tomorrow. Maybe he'll feel differently right now. Maybe he'll feel differently after he talks to Chris Rock. But in that moment, I don't think you throw out an apology 30 minutes after something happens, because it would have been hard for me if he apologized to see it as genuine.
No, and it don't have to be 30 minutes. But this is what I say all the time about, athletes and stuff like that. We're in 2022. If you want to get an apology out to somebody, you have so many avenues to do it. It don't have to be on the Grammy stage. And maybe he will, or whatever the case may be. But there are a lot of people who believe public disrespect, you should have the same public apology. Like, you disrespected that man on a worldwide stage.
But what if he doesn't apologize to him privately?
Well, I think he should, but that's just my opinion.
Well, see, and that's the thing. I absolutely agree with you. 100% agree with you. You're gonna publicly demean me, you better publicly apologize to me. But if he ain't apologizing, then I don't want a fake apology just because he felt like it was the right move because he won his Oscar.
Yeah, no fake apology at all. If he genuinely is sorry for the way that he conducted himself towards Chris, yeah, I would like to see, him to publicly, hey, I was out of pocket for that. I apologize to Chris for doing that. But if he doesn't feel that way, then by all means, continue to do what you do. There's a part of me that says, man, Will and Jada, I'm not going to tell them what to do, but I almost, like, they better not go. I don't want to see them going to the red table no more, telling other people about their lives and what they should do and how they should handle things. Cracking jokes about other people. Like, that was tough because, like I said, I don't think Chris knew what was going on. And if he did know what was going on, I believe he wouldn't have done that. He's reached out, or he's talked to other people to get on. He hadn't said it himself. Like, we haven't seen the words from himself. But like I said, talked to Charlemagne. Charlemagne said he talked to him, and Chris said, I didn't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? He didn't say he wouldn't have made the joke, but he said he didn't know about the condition. I don't think he would have made the joke if he would have. But let me ask you this, Davion. If they go backstage and Chris Rock, without any type of warning, just walks up and snuffs Will Smith, is he well within his rights to do that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, someone put your hands on you. And if Chris feels that's how he needs to react, then that's how he has to react. It's not like the whole you can assault and y'all stop. Y'all act like you've never been in a fight before.
Yeah,
stop that. Man, I can't believe how many goddamn red hats came out in my mentions yesterday.
I didn't see that a lot. They was really talking about he should be arrested.
Oh my God. Y'all sound so stupid. You ain't never been in a fight.
That's kind of crazy.
I'm not. I'm not tough. I don't fight people. That's not my bag. I don't fight. But I get it. If you gotta step to somebody, you step. That's what it is. It's a fight. It's a skirmish. It ain't that big of a deal. Oh, the LAPD needs to be involved. Yeah, the LAPD is involved. Chris Rock said, dude, I'm good.
Right.
Move along. Looking here, Mio says it was a lighthearted joke. Robbie says the joke wasn't out of line. Fam, it ain't your business to decide that. Mm-hmm. If the joke isn't about you, it's not your business to decide it's lighthearted. If I show up at your job and clown you in front of all of your coworkers, I'll look at you and say, that's a lighthearted joke. You could say, you know what? That joke was out of line. But unless it's about you, keep your mouth shut. Because it isn't. It's about one person.
So I'll say this. What do you think about me saying, and I'm being a little facetious when I say it, not literally, but Will and Jada, they ain't got the room to laugh at nobody's jokes no more. Because it ain't funny if it's just as serious if somebody joking about somebody else as it was when somebody was joking about you. I kind of don't want to see them laugh again. I don't want to see them laughing at nobody else.
That's fine. Then don't, man. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what Will and Jada do in the future. Mm-hmm. That isn't a topic of conversation to me. But I feel like what could. That's not a question you answered, but you said, what if what I laid out at the beginning was accurate? What if Chris said something? What if Will said something to Chris Rock after 2016? Mm-hmm. Don't do that again. You know, make all the jokes you want to. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. And by the way, let's not forget why Jada was boycotting, why Will and Jada were boycotting that.
Okay.
Come on with it. Come on.
All right. Would they have boycotted if Will didn't have a movie? If Denzel was the one that wasn't nominated and not Will, would they have said, nah, don't support the Oscars? We're not going. It comes off, that situation to me came off as they only had a problem because Will wasn't nominated, not because just the way the Oscar goes about business. And that's where I'm like that's cool. That's your business. That's what you want to do. You want to stand up for yourself. Cool. But you weren't galvanizing everybody to boycott this year when X actor had a great performance and wasn't nominated.
Okay. But okay, I guess I think I get the crux of your point, but this year we just talked about. No, I understand that, but your example of this year doesn't make sense when Will Smith and Denzel Washington are nominated for Oscars and Questlove is nominated for an Oscar, and his I forget her name, but she played Richard Williams' wife in the movie was nominated.
Yeah,
the issue that they were fighting against had been. At least in this year's Oscars, it had been rectified. Many people say it ain't rectified enough, But at least this year that argument doesn't hold weight for this year.
Right, but for people that we know, like this is an assumption on my part, but there's a young black actor or black actress who felt like they had just as great of a performance as Will or Denzel or anything, but they were looked over because Jay did not stand for them.
So you think the issue is an individual actor versus the collective?
I think it was because of that year. Personally, it was because of Will. She was upset that Will's performance wasn't.
Well, also
nominated.
but isn't that also within her right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not go, like, look, Will ain't nominated. I ain't going. What am I going to go for?
Absolutely. But from my understanding, didn't she want Chris Rock to step down because Will wasn't nominated?
I think she was trying to get the handful of black people that were involved in the 2016 Oscars to step away from it.
Yeah. And I don't know. That's within her right. She can ask whatever she wants to ask and request from everybody else. But that one seemed as if it came off as if because it was Will, that's why.
And maybe it was. Maybe Will was the,
and Will was great in that role in Concussion. Like he was phenomenal. Like I felt he deserved a mention or a nomination. Like this, it's not because he should have been given something that he didn't deserve. I thought he was great in Concussion. Like I understand it, but that's how it kind of came off to me.
Every movement needs a poster child, though, right? So while Will Smith and his performance in Concussion, and I don't remember, man, I'll have to go back and research all of the 2016 Oscars. The Oscars aren't even my bag. I was invested in it because I'm very much invested in Will Smith and his performance this year. And I thought at worst, I see Denzel win again. And I knew they were honoring The Godfather, thought they missed a golden opportunity to have LeBron James do the big introduction. But hey, I ain't the producer.
You're too busy blowing leads. Well, they could have recorded it.
Lord. I'd have to go back and look at 2016 again. But like I feel like the idea was Will was the poster child of the Academy constantly ignores black actors, black costume designers, black directors. I mean, Wanda Sykes, she did the whole bit about going and touring the museum, the Cinema Museum or Academy Museum that's in Los Angeles. And there was this story about all of these Oscars lined up, and she's joking about how this is a replica of Meryl Streep's living room. And then there's one case that's like empty, and it's like, oh, that's because this is what happened to the Oscar, the guy's explaining it. And she goes, yeah, this empty case also represents the number of black directors that have won an Oscar, and walks away. And it shows this empty case right there. So I felt like that was the crux of 2016. Again, that was 6 years ago. It's tough for me to remember last week. So I could be off on that. That'll require more research. I just remember Will and his performance being the face of it.
And there's that the overarching thing that I just don't like last night is that it was Will and Chris. You know what I'm saying? Because I admire those guys so much, and I hate to see them in that moment. Having to live with this forever. This is a moment forever. So I hate that. The other thing about it is, and it's been mentioned before, and I understand it. I get it. I really do get it. Right? Whatever awards there are for radio, absolutely I want them. But the Oscars don't even. It's an opinion by a bunch of people that may not even relate to the art that I was trying to put out. Right? Like Michael B. Jordan and Fruitvale Station, one of the best things I think he's ever done. Come on, man. They had movies that
the Oscars.
I understand
the Oscars
why.
Not for us.
Why? That's my
but
whole
it's
thing.
Still
like, that validation.
It's
from
still the
Oscars.
ultimate form of validation.
I get the validation, yeah.
Because Hollywood is still what the Academy is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Let's ride. Let's not go anywhere. Let's just bring. There's no point in going to commercial. Let's just bring Camara right into the conversation. Camara Williams, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, my man and frustrated Kings fan, an attorney out in Orlando. My man, it is great to see you. It's great to hear from you. What was your reaction?
Am I coming in clear?
Hear a single word you're saying. Is your microphone on? Just double check. Casey, can you say something to make sure?
Check 1, check 2.
Oh, it's me. I'm taking the L. Hang on.
I hear tomorrow.
Is it me? Maybe we should just go to break. Maybe I should stop trying to be cute and try to run things a little bit longer. So I'll take us to commercial break. We'll come back. We'll talk to Camara, the Uncultured Bias podcast, and we'll continue this conversation here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hold on. Can you hear me, Casey?
Jesse. I don't know. There's something off with my computer.
Camara.
Casey, I don't have you. So that means it's me. It's definitely me. It's not you. What the hell could it be?
Yeah,
Camara, don't go anywhere, man. It's not you, it's me. Casey, let me drop out of here real quick. Hang on. Casey, you got me?
Check 1, check 2. You hear me?
Still can't hear you.
Damn.
The chat can hear Kenny, but I can't. What am I missing? In the chat here, let me try this. I still don't feel like I got you. I don't have that on the sound.
Check,
Casey?
Mic check.
So the chat can hear you. What's that? Shoot, what is it? Sorry, Camara. Hang on. I'm gonna figure this out. Bring Camara in here.
Okay.
Hang on, Camara. Don't go anywhere.
I took y'all off.
I know you can hear me.
I took off my AirPods.
Can you hear me? Why can you hear them and I can't?
I can hear you, Camara. Can you hear me?
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna use my AirPods.
Let me get all the way out, man. Let me get all the way out. Casey, you hang out with everybody for a minute. Camara, we'll be right there, bro.
It's me. It's DDP. Nah, no 13. I actually don't have a 13th round today. There's some stuff I gotta watch still. I don't know, for all you smart asses in the chat that I love. I would say my boxing people. I didn't see any of the fights yet, so don't say nothing. All right, don't say nothing. I didn't see any of the fights yet. I didn't see the Tim Tszyu fight. I didn't see the Burchell fight, so don't say nothing just yet. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. I did see that the Kambosos fight was signed. I did see that.
There we go. All right, get that back over there. Camara, we good?
Check. We hear everybody?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we good now. I just did a quick little reset, man. We good.
Okay. I mean, it happens because it's a software. Because are you using the Rodecaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know what it is about the Rodecaster. It cuts off the audio for no reason.
Every once in a while, I just got to turn that joint off and turn it back on.
Yeah.
Simple as that. What's good, man? Thanks for making time for us. I know it was short notice.
Oh no, it's all good, man. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed coming on, man. You know how I'm a fan of the show. I'm sorry I haven't called in a few weeks, man. I've been ripping and running in between spring break and my kids, and then obviously my practice, and then everything, man. So, but I have been listening. I'll tell you that much.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
All right.
We'll save it all for the air. We'll be back in about a minute. We'll be back in 30 seconds. All right.
Kamara, did you go to the game on Saturday?
Nah, man. I did not go to the game on Saturday. I don't go to Magic games, man.
I'm not going to that trash.
I don't go to Magic game. Like, there's no reason for me to go to a Magic game, bro. And it's a hassle because it's not even good parking right now. Like, they took away one of the good. They remodeling down like that part of downtown. So the parking lot.
Hang on, guys. I think we're back here. Hang on.
Oh, we're back in. Okay.
Sorry, Kumar. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Steelo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live, as well as we bring in the smoothest attorney in Orlando, Florida, frustrated Kings fan out there on the East Coast as well, and host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, my man Camara Williams. Camara, so happy that you're here with us. I tried to be really cool, cooler than a Camara Williams Instagram photo shoot, and lead you into the topic a few minutes ago, but technology got in the way. So last night, your reaction to Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Man, I watched it live. I'm one of the few Black people in my age group that actually was watching it live. I wasn't watching on Twitter, and only because I wanted to see, if either Will or Denzel was going to win, and I also wanted to see if Questlove was going to win for his film. So it was fascinating because I was watching it, and the Oscars are always like lame jokes. All those awards are lame jokes. So I was kind of halfway watching it when Chris, did his joke, and I wasn't paying attention because I was like, okay, whatever. And so I'm on my phone, kind of lit, and then I look down, and then I look up, and I see Will Smith walking back to his seat, but I was confused. Because I was like, did he just win an award? What is happening? Why is he on the stage? Because I was like, I hope I didn't miss that he just won an award. Because that's the whole reason I was watching this damn thing. And then it went, the live broadcast, because the 8-second feed, it went totally silent, gone. And so then I'm looking at my TV, why is Chris Rock talking, but I don't hear anything? I'm mad at my television. I'm not even mad at Chris Rock. I'm like, what is happening with my television right now? I see Will Smith. He's talking back. And I'm like, and then obviously, again, I still don't think anything's wrong. But I do think Will Packer, he really messed up. Because he's directing the show. I'm like, he done dropped the ball. This skit's not working. They're having some feed issues. It's a mess. It's a whole mess. It wasn't until Questlove got up on the stage, and it was still kind of weird energy in the room. But it really, 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 when it hit me, was when Diddy got up on the stage, and he did his thing, try to play mediator, and I'm like, yeah, and I was like, he was trying to calm everybody down, hey, we're gonna handle this at the goal party. That's when my slow butt, I was like, oh, this is real, this is something really happened. So I end up rewinding as I'm rewinding. I don't know if you guys do this on Twitter, because you're trying to figure out, am I the only one seeing what's happening? So you go onto Twitter to confirm the things that you just saw. And as I'm going on Twitter and rewinding it and live, it's trending and it's Will Smith is trending, Chris Rock is trending. And I don't know how people do this so quickly on Twitter. They're they got the video already uploaded, and everything. And it was just crazy. So But to tell you, I was shocked. I was really shocked, and I was actually disgusted and disappointed. I know there's a lot of people who are really advocating for violence, and everybody's saying, "Oh, well, Will Smith did what he had to do." And listen, I'm all for protecting yours, right? I'm all about looking out for your people, looking out for your spouse. Don't let nobody, disrespect yours, but I felt like the message could have been handled or could have been delivered in a different way. Either the way he did it in the seat, cursing him out, or getting up on the stage and telling him, listen, don't do that. Don't do that. But you don't have to put your hands on somebody. You don't have to put your hands on somebody. And Casey, you put your hands on somebody, then you should expect repercussions. You just don't put your hands on somebody and not expect somebody to do some type of retaliation against you.
Mm-hmm.
Which Chris Rock didn't do.
Right.
Which he didn't do.
And Chris Rock, by the way, that's one thing we didn't point out. He did a hell of a job of
what a performance by him.
Finishing that segment, and as you noted, making sure Questlove got that Oscar from him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which not a lot of people are talking about that. I understand that what Chris did was rude and disrespectful about the joke, and there's conversations about the level of the joke, because we grew up children of the 80s, so we've heard all sorts of jokes, and I don't want to get into that really wasn't that bad of a joke, because some people were like, oh, that was over the top. I don't want to grade jokes. I don't want to grade what level to be insulted with, but let's just say that joke was in poor taste. Let's give that to Will. Chris Rock's reaction to not only his lack of response, but carrying the show forward so that Questlove can get his Oscar, and then not like retaliating against Will, and then post Oscar not pressing charges. There has to be a round of applause for Chris Rock. Like that is, I'm not, and I know that's really unpopular to say because on right now social media is like go Will Smith, but I think when things die down, you're gonna have to like really think about like, man, like that could have went left really, really bad. That could have went bad. Hold on, Gila, if I walk up to you, I've known you for almost 20 years. If I walk up to you and I slap you in the face and I turn my back and walk away, do you think that's the end of that conversation? Or are you gonna like, oh wait, hold on, Playboy? Like we're gonna have to deal with that. Like, is that gonna happen to you?
Well, see, and that's the thing Kenny and I were talking about before you joined us is I think we take this assumption because they're two figures in Hollywood, particularly black figures in Hollywood that are, as Kenny laid out perfectly, they're legends. They are legitimately legendary figures in their fields. Right. We assume they're friends. I don't assume they're friends though.
Well,
so I'm go ahead, Casey.
I was just gonna say on the flip side, RIP flip side. I'll be back soon. Because I thought about it more after you said it. The reaction of Chris may lend itself to the fact that they're maybe cooler than we thought. Because if we're not cool and you do that, let's go. Because I don't like you anyway. Like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, there's also the stun factor of this dude just did this. Like, yo, we ain't, like I said earlier, we ain't at the Source Awards.
Right.
We're at the freaking Oscars.
And but it would have turned into the Source Awards real quick, though. Because had that been me, it would have been the 2000 Source Awards. I don't care. I would have apologized to Lupita. Like, I'm sorry, Lupita. I'm sorry I'm jumping on this table, but I'm going to have to handle this. I'm sorry.
But like, and that's and I think that's the crux
on this table.
I can see
it's going to be a lot of table moving. You know, a lot of furniture moving.
We try to put ourselves in the position of both of these guys. We try to put ourselves in the position of Chris Rock, and we try to put ourselves in the position of Will Smith and how we would have handled each of these situations. But neither of us, none of us, no one listening to this has ever been in a situation where you're presenting an award at the Oscars.
Right.
More so, and I know this is uncomfortable for some people, you're a black dude presenting an award at the Oscars. You're essentially, as I just tried to use the phrase earlier, Camara, that incident took place in mixed company. Yeah, which has amplified it like by 1,000 times is because it happened at the Oscars.
Right. And so let's keep walking down that road, right? It happened in front of mixed company. Let's take two scenarios. Let's say they are good friends, right? They've known each other for years, right? Or we're not like close, but we know each other very well, right? Because we're cool. Mm-hmm. We're in front of mixed company. If it's in front of mixed company and you do that to me, it's still gonna be retaliation. Be like, wait a minute, bro. Like you done overstepped the line here. Like you put your hands on me. I've never put my hands on you. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. If it's a mixed company and we're not friends, that's even more egregious. Mm-hmm. Because now you've forced me to react, and now I have to break process. How do I want to react in front of these people? Like, how do I want to, now, not only do I have to carry your water, now I have to carry my water. Because am I going to sit there and make you look bad even further by, tussling up this tuxedo because we're about to go, it's go time? Or do I like, all right, I have to keep pressing forward. And that shows the ultimate line of professionalism. And let me make this clear. I'm not chastising Will for having a human moment. Human moments happen, right? Mm-hmm. But it still doesn't take away the fact that he did an unwarranted felony on an individual. He wasn't threatened. He wasn't accosted. He wasn't assaulted. Assault and battery. I don't know. I don't want to assume everybody knows the difference between assault and battery. Can I explain it a little bit?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So an assault is if somebody it puts fear. Like I'm walking up to KC right now. Let's say right now we're over streaming, and I threaten KC. I'm all the way in Florida. KC's in California. There is no real level of fear from KC that I'm like I'm gonna put my hands on KC because whatever. I'm over here. But if let's say I'm in studio with KC. And I get up to KC and I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Wear that Oakland A's hat again and see what happens. And I flip it off your head. Right. Or I just kind of like I intimidate like I'm about to put my hands on your person. That's an assault because now there's a real life, and I'm not saying Casey's intimidated, but you have to understand the law. There's a level of intimidation that goes into that. That's assault. When it becomes battery is that if I take my hand and I flip it off your head, and that's part of your person's, or if I put my hands on you, that's battery. Will Smith did both an assault by walking up to him. Chris Rock's hands was behind him, so you notice his hands wasn't. He didn't say he didn't swing on him. He didn't intimidate that he's about to, react. His hands were Chris Rock did what he was supposed to do, and a lot of people were like, oh, what did Chris Rock think was getting ready to happen? I'm going to say that Chris Rock knew he was about to get slapped. I'm going to say it because if, in fact, you put your hands behind because I'm not trying to look like I'm trying to fight you. So I'm going to put my hands behind my back to show that there's no level of aggression. So you can't say he was getting ready to swing on me. So that was all on Will Smith. All on Will Smith to institute a battery on somebody that didn't deserve to be battered. I don't care what anybody says. That joke did not give the rise to somebody getting a felony put on them.
See, I just don't think that's our. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's our. You just said you're not going to grade jokes, but you're also judging a joke right there because that joke wasn't about you or that joke wasn't about your wife. You feel like his remarks didn't warrant Will Smith's response, and I don't think that's our place.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it legally. I'm not looking at it like
legally. There's no conversation to be had here.
Legally, there's no. And that's the framework
away from him. There's nothing to say here legally.
Yeah, but legally, he was in the wrong 1 through 10. He was in the wrong. It didn't prompt the response. That's where I'm coming from. Wow. Now if it was, emotionally, if it was just like, person-wise, you're right. We can't grade the level of insult. And I still may come back on that side of like, it still didn't level that type of response to put your hands on somebody because I don't believe in putting my hands on somebody unless I know I'm ready to go to war with somebody.
All right. Well, look, and I'll say this because Damien, I agree. Like, however they took the joke is how they take the joke, and that's kind of all that matters, right?
Right.
But maybe we're older. Do we remember who G.I. Jane was? It wasn't like he called her Smeagol. G.I. Jane was a badass. Like she was the truth. Demi Moore in that movie was the truth. So it's not like he called her. It's not like he called her something demeaning. It's kind of what I'm saying. Does that matter to Jada and Will? Absolutely not. That's how they took it. But if you know who G.I. Jane was, that's not an insult necessary to call her that.
So I'm gonna flip that on you. I'm gonna flip that on you though, Casey. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm West Indian. I grew up at a time, and I'm dating myself here. I'm Jamaican, and at the time in junior high, it was Cool Runnings. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool Runnings. They're they're the protagonists in the film. They're the heroes in the film, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many times would I call Cool Runnings in middle school that it irritated the hell out of me? Mm-hmm. Now somebody could be like, yo, they were the heroes. They won, they got respect. I'm like, yo, I'm not Cool Runnings. Stop calling me Cool Runnings.
I can imagine. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like and so you might be like, it wasn't a bad movie. It was cool. These guys were, and they were funny. It was engaging, but I'm like, yo, I'm not Cool Runnings. So don't put that on me to make me feel, but at the same time,
right.
I never thought to myself, I'm gonna get in a fight because somebody called me Cool Runnings, even though it irritated me to no end. You know, I just didn't. That just wasn't my. That's not what I thought.
It's like when they call me and Kenny Kid and Play.
Right, we cool. We cool with it, right? But also, Camara, and you're 100% right about the Cool Runnings and G.I. Jane thing. But that's also how you decided to handle it, right? And we can't. I may not like it, but I can't tell Will or Jada how to handle what they deem as disrespect. Can't. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have handled it that way, but I can't say you feel disrespected, that you're wrong, or not, but like you should have the same type of cool demeanor that I did when I was disrespected, you know, and handle that. And
I don't know.
When somebody feels offended that way, it's kind of hard for people how to react on that level.
It's a slippery slope, because what we're talking about now is a comedian. We're going back to the same sense. He's a comedian. So I saw somebody on Twitter being like, "Oh, comedians now, they need to know they could be chin checked," and I'm like, none of y'all have ever sat in the front row of a comedy show before? Like,
yeah, but it's not the same thing. But it's not.
No, but what I'm saying, it's an entertainment, but it's a venue to where you expect, like, I have never been to the Oscars, but we all expect it's fair game to, like, okay, someone sees in the crowd, I'm gonna make a joke about this person. I mean, you expect that level of, you know, okay, case in point, I go to award shows or galas here, and I'm going to another one this weekend. So the Instagram is gonna be fly, Davion, just so you know. But
I believe it.
Another one this weekend, and it's called the Eagle Awards down here. And I know the host, you know, he's on Anchor, a good friend of mine. And I've been in the past, and, you know, we're good friends. We're on a group chat. If he decided in the past, he's kind of like made a select joke. Oh, I see Camara in the crowd, and he makes a smart little joke, right? I wouldn't be like, yo, bro, you're on the microphone and emceeing in front of like hundreds of people, you know, like 1,000 people here. Like, why do you want to call my name out? I was like, oh, okay, you got me. You got me. You got me. I'm sitting at the table. He sees me, makes it quite like people chuck in the crowd. It's whatever. That's on a low level. But even then, you expect like to be. I even expect this weekend. I expect it to be like it'd be a joke or whatever. I'm not saying that environment was a comedy show, but I am saying there is a level of expectation to where if you're in the crowd, you expect, you know, them. You know how it goes. They make a joke. The camera pans on you to see your reaction. You know, boom, there it is, right? So I think there's a slippery slope here when you start talking to people and you start seeing it on social media, like, oh, everybody can get touched. You know, comedians need to know they need to watch their mouth on how they say anything. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We aren't co-signing for somebody making a joke on a stage to where you now are going to allow people to, like, we're giving carte blanche to, like, to run up and fight somebody. That's not how, because that's crazy. Because where does that stop? Where does that stop?
Like you tweeted this perfectly last night. Like, it's not what Will Smith did is one thing. You don't try that at the Punchline this weekend,
right?
Because that felony that Will Smith didn't get, you're gonna get it. And there's a good chance the comedian on that stage isn't going to respond the way Chris Rock did. And I sure as hell know that the security at the comedy club isn't going to respond the same way. This isn't a real life situation.
Right.
This is a situation that's exclusive to Hollywood. This isn't a dude in the front row of the Punchline or Laughs Unlimited getting in their feelings because someone told him a joke. Go ahead, try that response Will Smith had and see how it goes. It's not going to go.
They're going to treat you like Triple H treated that fan that tried to attack Stone Cold.
That's right. You're going to get revived from that stuff real quick. If you want more, go ahead. Pardon my bad, Camara.
Go ahead. No,
I was just going to plug the podcast, man, because I was going to make you talk about disrespect. What I was going to tell people, if you want more on this topic, and just one of the absolute best podcasts you can find, Camara hosts a podcast called Uncultured Bias that's available here on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast from. And I know you're about to go record a new episode on this incident, which I'm certainly looking forward to hearing. I'm sure it'll be 2.5 to 3 hours long, but I'm definitely looking forward to hearing it.
I'm trying to keep this one. I'm trying to keep this one like okay. Here's the funny thing. I already recorded a pod based off of the nominations and the hijinks, and so now I'm like I can't release that pod. I release every Tuesday. I can't release that pod, and because people are not going to really care about that. They're like I want to know Denzel, so I'm actually going to release both pods. So this one I'm doing on the whole. I said Denzel Will on this whole Will Smith thing. I'm actually going to release both of them, but I'm going to try to keep this one under like an hour because that's a lot to listen to for 2 separate pods dropping. But I just want to touch on some issues that probably won't be relevant if I wait another week.
Nah, your podcast hit, man. It'll be good stuff. But since we were talking so much about disrespect, I just wanted you to explain to all of us why you didn't go watch the Sacramento Kings when they were in Orlando on Saturday. Because I mean, it feels disrespectful to me.
Well, I was actually at a birthday dinner.
No,
it's not good.
Not good enough.
It's not good enough. Okay, I was at a birthday dinner.
You could have watched Alex. You could have watched Alex Lynn pour in 22 minutes and 15 points at the Amway Center.
Let me tell you what would have been disrespect. Disrespect would have been for me to pay money to go see 2 bottom barrel teams, waste my time about bad basketball. That would have been disrespectful. Okay, so pay for parking, pay for tickets.
Not good.
That you don't think that's disrespectful? Putting out a product on the court.
You gotta suck it up. Man up.
Listen
up.
Stand up.
Stand up.
You gotta take one on the chin for the Sacramento Kings when they come to your city for the one and only time all year.
Listen, the results are still, trash. They can't win when we need them to win, and they can't lose when we need them to lose.
How do you feel about the Kings? Like as a fan that watches them from afar, is there a level of hope that you have for this team next year, or does the 16 years just weigh on you? Like when you look at the actual team, Sabonis is here, Fox is playing well. Get them all together for a whole year. They played these tough games against playoff teams. Yada yada yada. Are you looking at it like maybe they got something going, or is it just same old Kings?
No, it's not same old, but I just need to see more. I need to see them build out the roster because we've seen them when they've had 1 or 2 good starters on the team. And was it Sam Amick has said the problem is the Kings have 3 good starters. The problem is the great thing is the Kings have 3 good starters. The problem is they need 5. And so no, I'm not going to get excited because they have 3 starters on the team. Like I need to see them round out their roster, and I need to see a vision on that court that is executed. I talked to D about this off. We talked over the phone last week about how I didn't believe in the whole stacking thing. I didn't believe
that's the first thing he said. Yeah, I call him. Okay, he doesn't even say hi. He goes, "Yo, first thing I want to tell you, I didn't fall for that whole stacking days nonsense." All right.
Not even a greeting. I was gonna let you know. I was not on that.
I got the receipts. He in fact did not. He was not buying it a bit.
No, I just because I what I need to see in order to get hopeful, I need to see a roster change. But I need to see a coach. I need to see a roster change, and I need to see a mentality environment change. When I see those things, then I'd be like, all right, we might be onto something. But this team is irreparably broken spiritually. And the fan base is broken.
Camara, I hear everything that you're saying. You're right. I don't even need all that. I just need wins. Like if the culture is better, if they're feeling better, and they're looking hard, playing hard as a team, and they're 5-15 to start the season, I don't care about the culture.
Yeah.
All I want is to see winning basketball. That's the only thing that matters at this point. It's the only thing that matters, because if they don't win, people are going to start losing their job or continue to lose their job. So
I don't even think that matters to people losing their jobs. I think the players, I don't think they care. And I think that's the problem. They don't care. you know, and I mean, we got rid of one cancer in Buddy. And I'm sure there's some others on the team that probably need to be shipped out as far as lack of care. But one thing I will say, I want to see De'Aaron start off with fire. I don't want to see that too cool for school, you know, for the first 3 months of the season. Like, it's going to be cool. Don't worry about it. Like, I need to see him like it's March and I'm trying to put numbers up. I want to win games. You know, I want to start off like I'm trying to make a point in this league. And I think that trickles down. You see now with Memphis, they don't even need Ja Morant, right? I'm not saying they don't need him, but they don't even need like his presence in order to continue winning game. Because why? Because he's established that it's important. The culture showed your number one guy established like this is important. This matters. These games matter. When I'm going down the lane in November and I'm finishing, it matters. Like, you know what I mean? When I'm hitting a free throw, it matters. And that resonates with the team because they look at it like, oh yeah, it matters. All of it matters. But when you got your lead guard, you know, shrugging his shoulders, you know, showing up like it's no big deal, you know, it's just his demeanor. And I like De'Aaron. I like him, but I think it transfers over to the team.
Well, I think that's the one thing we all agree on is we need late season Fox to start the season Fox on fire. And we need you to check out Camara's Uncultured Bias podcast. Camara, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We're back with more. We'll stick with the NBA. There's a lot to talk about. As D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Cool.
Clear. Nice job, man. That was good stuff.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thanks for having me, man. I hope the response is good on this one as well. So
yeah, it was huge. We may have peaked till James joins us. That's the first time I think we ever peaked with a non-Kings topic or a non-basketball topic for sure.
That's dope.
That's dope. Peak. Yeah, that's good stuff, man.
Like I said, man, like you know, I told him last week, Casey, man. Guys, anytime you guys want to bring me on, that doesn't have to be Kings related. We just talk. I mean, I can talk Kings, you know, I can, but you know, it doesn't have to be Kings related. We can just talk about whatever.
Absolutely, bro.
Not wrestling. I don't follow wrestling.
We're gonna have you break down WrestleMania moments.
Yeah, I don't. You guys would have me. It'd be nothing but quiet over here. I'd be like, okay, okay. The same way you are with Star Wars movies.
Yeah, that's for real. Yeah, that's for real.
So, but
all right, man.
Yeah, man.
Go get to work. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
It's a good question from John Bull here. If De'Aaron Fox was a better leader, would Will Smith have slapped Chris Rock? That's probably solid. I mean, when the man's right, he's right.
Hey, Buddha, you know I fool with you, big dog. Problem was not health and his role. He was starting. The only problem was his health. I think Bagley is a talented ball player. I hope he stays healthy and continues to get the opportunity in Detroit because I think he's still skilled. It just wasn't going to happen here. I mean, his not only was it just, you know, it already run its course. I think his energy was too bad here. Like he didn't have the energy of I'm going to stay in Sacramento and turn this thing around. He always has some negative going on with Sacramento. That's not good vibes, man. So to get away from that and maybe, you know, help his career, he probably need to move on. And I hope he does well in Detroit or wherever he goes after that.
You know what's funny about the reaction that those people from Detroit had about Marvin yesterday was during his 15 games in Detroit, he's averaging his career numbers. He had 27 points in a game they lost, and they went apeshit over it. That's wild. It's called Uncultured Bias. Uncultured Bias. It's really good. You'll dig it. Really good stuff.
I mean, maybe John, maybe he would have. But the vibe that I got from Bagley, and it was always disappointing to me, was he didn't do nothing but complain around here. You know what I'm saying? He just complained and blamed everybody else for everything that was going on. And I didn't think that was going to change here. Like, he was always, if he stayed in Sacramento, he was always going to look for somebody to point the finger. That's the vibe I got. Him and his dad and everybody, they're always going to look at it as being somebody else's fault, as opposed to, I need to step my game up.
I don't think this remark is terribly off either. It felt like I felt like he put like extra weight on his shoulders, like as Luka blew up, and I think at first it was like, that's all right, I'm gonna be just fine, and then the second year was the disaster that it was. And I know I feel like the remark was made sort of in jest, but I think there's probably some truth to it. One episode. Yeah. What was it called again? Halfway Decent? What was it called? Was Halfway Decent?
What a name. What a name.
Halfway Decent. Boy. You can check out the show. So many of you have. We greatly appreciate it. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Check us out on Facebook Live as well. Just search ESPN1320 in Facebook. Hit that like button and watch the show right there. Or you can listen, of course, on the Odyssey app. Matt George coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll talk to him about Kings basketball. We were having a conversation during the break, some conversation with the Chatty House here on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. It's probably a conversation we could have had for the air. It was certainly an interesting reaction to see Pistons fans get their first experience of, big game Bagley in Detroit. And but point out two things I just told Casey in the Chatty House here that are interesting. One, Bagley had like 27 last night. The Pistons lost. Yeah, but the Pistons are just elated over this pick. I was like, wow, okay. I again, Marvin's not in a Kings uniform, and not to be a jerk, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Marvin ain't here anymore. It's not really something I got to follow, and I certainly don't need to watch the Detroit Pistons. I was like, wow, I'm missing out. Go to game logs, check out Bagley. Like, okay, that looks familiar. Do a quick sample check. He's averaging essentially his career numbers in Detroit. Yeah. But hey, I'm glad Piston fans are happy, man. Rock it. That's good stuff.
Hey, man.
Happy with a dude who gets you 27 in the game you lose by 2. All good, baby. All good.
I think that Marvin Bagley is a talented ball player. I think that he still has a lot of skill left in him. I hope he does well in Detroit or wherever he goes after that. I just think about here in Sacramento, I always got the feeling, and he's a good, once again, I say this all the time, he's a good young man. He's not a bad guy at all. But I always got the feeling he's always looking for somebody to blame here in Sacramento. His vibes were always, a lot of the time, they were bad here. It was always somebody else's fault, or, somebody's not. He's pointing the finger. Yeah, he's pointing the finger at everybody else instead of focusing on just getting better and looking to do well here in Sacramento. I mean, he wasn't looking to do well in Sacramento for a whole trade deadline time period, right? Like, you want to be traded at or before last year's trade deadline, came into this year just waiting and wanting to be traded again, and he could be a perfect guy where a change of scenery could do him some good, and he can stop looking to blame other people and just focus on him being the best Marvin Bagley that he can be. But while he's here in Sacramento, it was always somebody else's fault, and the Kings aren't great at all, as what they do with the franchise. But with Marvin Bagley, I don't know what they could have done any differently. They gave him everything he asked for. Got him and his dad. They wanted a new coach after his rookie season, They brought in a coach that centered the offense around him. They came back, started him, and all they asked him to do was produce. And he wasn't able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's nobody's fault, but it's not even his own. Like, he's not trying to get hurt, but he has nobody to blame but his own body and just bad luck, not the Sacramento Kings. So, yeah.
Wish your brother well.
Yeah, I do wish him the best.
Have more 27-point games, man. Invigorate your fan base. Realize that potential. But most of all, man, stay healthy. Stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there, do your thing. Detroit's one of those teams, kind of similar to Orlando. It's kind of one of the reasons I really wanted the Kings to beat Orlando. Like with Houston, like you kind of see it. You feel like they're a long way away. With Oklahoma City, you know what they're doing. You just don't know if it's really going to work. I don't know what Detroit and Orlando are doing. Like I think they have hopes on certain players,
Mm-hmm.
but man, those two franchises don't feel close. I don't know what their next step moving forward is. Perhaps it's this lottery coming up. I'm sure they have. I'm sure Orlando has no problem losing to the Sacramento Kings this weekend. But it was just one of those teams where it's like, I know Sac is bad. They ain't that bad. Don't lose to Orlando. And they played like crap. Like the Kings actually deserve to lose that game. Harrison Barnes and Dante DiVincenzo really kind of pulled them out of the gutter. The Kings had lost that game. It's just one you walked away. Man, y'all deserve it.
Yeah.
Y'all had no business blowing that lead and losing the way you did.
I was doing some running around Saturday.
Coach Caraway.
Game. That was Sunday, and we got work to do. We got work to do. Practice today, and we got work to do. I love my little dudes out there, man.
That's a warning. That's a warning. If you or your child plays for Coach Kenny, all beware. Like the late great John Witherspoon said, "Dash your ass, Mr. Postman."
Look, I love my little 9-year-olds, little 9 and 10-year-olds. We got work to do tonight, and we got work to do every night. I see you until we turn this thing around. That's all I'm gonna say. Be prepared to get you stretching in and all this other stuff because we got work to do. Hey, there's one thing we're gonna be able to do, and that's defend. By the time I'm done with all of this, we're gonna be able to defend.
Oh, so y'all was having fun playing for Coach Kenny?
I can guarantee you that's over.
That's a wrap. Kenny so broke up on this. We had a 9 a.m. Zoom call today, and Kenny brought it up. It was like, oh, it's been on my man's.
Yeah,
my man's going through it right now.
I was up to about 1 a.m.
I'll make a joke about Jazz right now. Kenny on edge. It ain't going. Kenny on edge right now, man. Be careful. Proceed with caution.
So yeah, we got and look, that starts here. That starts here at this household. When we talk about we got work to do, oh, that starts here.
Oh boy.
Oh, that starts here. We got work to do.
You sick of Drake bars, huh, Reese? Okay.
So,
cold world for
yeah,
them.
man. So we got some work to do. But I was out with the kids and doing some running around, and I saw the Kings game. You know, it didn't take precedent over the kids or the Elite Eight, to be honest with you, at the time. I would have done the 2 TV things, but I wasn't in a situation to do it. So
wasn't that serious? It was the Kings versus the Magic.
Yeah, you know, it just wasn't. I wasn't going there. But I got to a point where I saw they were down by 7. I think late in the 4th quarter. I was like, dang, this was really about to lose to the Magic. That's crazy. Moved on about my day. Like, I got to go back and watch that, see what happens, because Davion was so good in the 1st quarter. I got to go back and see what happened there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I get a text from my guy, Coach Chris, and he's like, "Oh, have them Drake bars ready." Coach Chris, what you talking about? He said they came back and won. I said, "They what?" Yeah. They came back and won. Went back, saw the game, saw the highlights. Davion with a thrilling. That was just a weird play. It was 13 seconds left. You're down 2. You're not fouling, but they didn't foul.
Yeah.
Picked his pocket. Had him looking like he was playing in Timberland boots, and tied it up. And then obviously DiVincenzo and Harrison Barnes in overtime with some big.
That was such a phenomenal play.
Man,
that was so like that. That's the moment where you're looking at Davion like, oh, you. That was legit right there.
The thing about Davion that I've seen throughout the year, and a lot of people talk about how such a lockdown defender he is, and he is. But there's a scouting report for him right now that it seems like, and it's been like this since the Donovan Mitchell game, essentially, like when Donovan tried to go one-on-one with him. Seems like the league collectively at that point said, no more going one-on-one with Davion Mitchell. Like they're always involving him in screens and trying to make sure whoever he's guarding doesn't have to go one-on-one with him. And I think he's learning to deal with that. But his strength is one-on-one lockdown defense. And it seems like a lot of the league has done a good job of taking that away and not giving him those opportunities a lot of the times.
We'll ask a question. We'll ask Matt George this when he joins us coming up here in about 20 minutes. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. This from, I don't know if that's Dr. Gonzo or DR Gonzo, but he's asking over on YouTube, is Davion playing his way to start next to Fox? It's a good question.
I think he's moving up there. I wouldn't go there yet, but he's making people think.
The problem is, and the frustration that we have attempted to outline here, not just today but over the past few weeks, is Davion playing like he can start next to De'Aaron? Absolutely. Davion may look completely different starting next to De'Aaron. And remember, it's not just De'Aaron that's gone, it's Domantas Sabonis that's gone. Like, as you start adding players back to the lineup, like Davion falls further and further kind of down that pecking order. Not that you can't have an impact in the starting lineup without getting shots. Davion can very much he's the epitome of a guy who can have an impact on a game without getting shots. But we've seen, even at various points where Tyrese was still here, De'Aaron was still healthy, obviously before Domantas Sabonis got here, that he can have an impact on a game without getting those shots up, but his impact is magnified when he's able to knock down efficiently a handful of shots.
Yep.
And you outlined earlier beautifully that efficiency isn't always the strong suit when Davion scores a bunch of points, as he did the other night. I think it was 22 on 23 or 23 on 22. It was 22 on 23 shots. Yeah. So not the most efficient night.
Yeah. And I'm not necessarily the one that, really, I don't really worry about all that, to be honest with you. I understand, it's better if you get 23 points on 15 shots, but if you're able to get the ball in the bucket at the end of the day, you do what you got to do to get there. And he's able to show that given those opportunities, he can be a scorer in this league. Absolutely. But like we mentioned earlier, the next thing is, can he do it if he doesn't get those same opportunities? If he's obviously not shooting 23 times in a night, if he's getting 11 shots, if he's getting 13 shots. The other thing about Davion as well is, number one, it doesn't seem like he gets to the line that much, which is a little bit of an issue for me. And then while he's done better as of late, traditionally, when he gets to the line, he's not a great free throw shooter. So not getting in the line and then being able to convert when you do get to the line is the thing that is a little concerning for me, that I want to see him rectify and take care of.
Jesse, is Mitch still on the line? That's actually accurate. 916-349-1320. Let's see what our man Mitch in New Jersey is doing. Mitch, what's happening, bro?
How you doing, guys? Good show. Thanks for taking my call. I still call you, even though you take shots at me too. But I still call you. It's always fun.
We got love for you, big dog.
Mitch, this is the clearest you've ever sounded on a phone call. Are you at home?
I'm at home, believe it or not.
Oh man, you sound beautiful today, Mitch.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't feeling too well. I don't know if I'm drinking too much coffee. I don't think I do anyway. Right? Maybe too much sweets. I'm putting on weight. I'm not getting any taller, so I gotta ease up on the food intake. You gotta count calories, literally. First of all, I wonder that was staged. Where was the security? Open hand, maybe Mrs. Smith. He's one of my favorite rappers, Will Smith. I love the show. I like his music videos. Great guy. Maybe she should wear a wig. And I think Will Smith would play LeVar Ball. That should be his next movie. They're definitely going to make a movie about the Bulls, because they're just as good. his kids turn out to be pretty good epics in their own right.
Boy, Mitch, you covered a lot there.
He did.
You covered a lot there.
He absolutely did.
Can I tell you one of my favorite random responses I got last night from Miss Random Twitter person? I wrote what I wrote about Will, similar to basically how we started the show.
Mm-hmm.
This person responded, he also ruined it for himself. By the way, all I said was, like, I hate that his moment was lost here. You know, the fact he'd been fighting for this Oscar for so long and, you know, the moment's lost. She replied, again, don't know who this person is, doesn't follow me, no one to know, nothing like that. He also ruined it for himself. Lost respect for Will Smith. Not even going to finish The Fresh Prince. That's what we were dealing with last night. Here in 2022, this young lady is not even going to finish The Fresh Prince. Wow. That's how upset she is.
Wow. Bless her. Bless her.
916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines. Mitch was talking about calories and not growing. There was a lot, but great phone connection from.
He said, and I'm not. He could have been joking, but you don't joke about this right now. He said Jada should have wore a wig. I love that Jada.
Oh, she's been pulling that. She's been pulling the short hair look off for forever. Like, that's her signature.
Like I mentioned, I'm not locked into all things Will Smith. Maybe she had a bunch of interviews where she talked about it. I didn't know she was dealing with that. I thought that was just her style since we met her, and she did it flawlessly all throughout her career. I didn't know she was dealing with it.
I think she posted about it for the first time. I think there's an Instagram post when she like shaved her head, like when it was like gone, not short, not cute little short, you know, Halle Berry, Boomerang, Tony Braxton stuff, but like gone. I think that's when she finally posts something on Instagram about it. So
more power to her.
916-349-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, what other? Let's Boston Celtics in first place in the East. Wow. That's the good news. Some bad news. Robert Williams out for the remainder of the season.
That's tough, man. I like Robert Williams a lot.
Yeah, you can go.
I thought he should have played more last season. I know me and Jesse would talk about this often. I was shocked that he wasn't getting much of a chance last year, but they're playing him. They were playing him this year. He was responding in a major way, and it sucks to see him go down like that while Boston is playing like this. I know I talked about it for a little while, and I was a little hesitant, but I mean, this team absolutely could not only represent the East and the Eastern, in the NBA Finals. They can win the whole thing, man. I'm on board now. I'm on board. I don't know if I'd officially pick them, but I wouldn't be surprised because they are playing lights out basketball right now.
And my apologies to Jesse. He's still holding out hope. He says Grant Williams isn't officially ruled out for the remainder of the season.
4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks.
Hey, buddy, if that makes you feel better, let's do that. He really is. Oh, it was so bad. The alert had just popped up when we started our call this morning. Jesse connects to the Zooms like, how are we going to fix Robert Williams' knee? What are we going to do? Oh, like Jesse we called Jesse in the morning. Hey, what's up, fellas? He's as happy as can be today. Not the case, man. Not.
Yeah, that's tough, man. It's tough. I ain't gonna lie to you. I understand.
It's a big loss. Will be interesting to see how that crew responds. I don't know if Taco Fall is available. Maybe go grab it.
Oh, Taco. Who is the center? Are they going to throw Al Horford in there at center?
Ooh.
Grant Williams. I like Grant Williams too.
Which one went to Tennessee? Grant or
Yeah.
Grant went to Kentucky? I mean, to Tennessee. I mean, yeah. Kyrie returned to the Barclays Center last night. Brooklyn lost. Boy, woo! There are some wild quotes from Kyrie Irving last night, man. I think
I heard a little bit of it. What I heard wasn't too crazy, but I don't know. What you
Kyrie's did you said this? I'm positive this was you. Or maybe it was me. Someone on this show said Kyrie was Kanye.
I think you said that.
Okay. I give it credit to the show because, boy, that is apparent when he talks. My man is just wired differently. And above all else, like the Nets lost. There's like
we're balling right now.
There's position changes. There's seating changes in the Eastern Conference. We finally saw the switch of Toronto now in the playoffs. They're in the 6th spot. Cleveland's now in the 7th spot. Charlotte jumped Brooklyn. Now we got a potential Charlotte Cleveland playing game and then a potential Atlanta Brooklyn playing game. Like, man.
And look here, Toronto is starting to walk down Chicago. Chicago at one point was the number 1 team in the East. I think around the All-Star break, they may finish 6th in the conference. They're a game ahead of Toronto right now. They're in 5th. They're a game ahead of Toronto. Toronto is just balling right now. They might get. Toronto's won 8 of the last 10. Balling.
Philly half a game back, Milwaukee half a game back, and the Sacramento Kings will look to put the Boston Celtics in sole possession of first place tonight when they take on the Miami Heat, who have lost 4 straight.
We talked about it on the show call. I'll bring it here. I know a lot of people were quick to talk about what happened last week with Coach Spo and Jimmy Butler and Udonis Haslem and to say, hey, it means nothing. It means nothing. These things happen all the time with top flight teams. And while they're not necessarily wrong, I don't think it always means nothing. All right. And especially what we saw there. That was insane. That went on
that was a lot.
Entire 2.5 minutes. And the coach was attacking the player or attempting to attack him, or wanted to attack him. He wanted to attack him. Was he actually like doing something to him? It's not like he slapped him. Was he actually doing something to him? No, he didn't do anything.
Send your tweets to @IMKDiddy.
But no, that was a crazy scene. That was
that was weird.
And
that was different. And then Spo missed the unrelated, but Spo missed the next game. And, somehow this Heat team's lost, they've lost 4 in a row. They were up until, I don't know, up until now, they were one of the more steady top seeds in either conference. Outside of Phoenix, obviously. Phoenix has been unfazed virtually the entire year, but it felt like Miami's just, don't mind us. Miami Heat. Top of the Eastern Conference. We know you love Milwaukee. They won the championship last year. No, we get it. We know everybody's all hyped on Philadelphia and Brooklyn. Don't mind us. We're just moving. Oh, y'all want to talk about DeMar DeRozan and the Chicago Bulls? That's fine. Y'all can talk about them if you want to. They've been steady. Now, all of a sudden, with a week or some change to play, a couple weeks to play in the regular season, you see them faltering for the first time on the floor, and then you see that weird incident with Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I was really on board with everybody who thought the Heat were the best team in the East. I was like, I could see that. I still was picking Milwaukee, but they looked like they were moving seamlessly until last, Thursday or Wednesday or something like that. And now, I don't know. I don't know if it's something they can recover from. Also, they had a lot of people talking about time to get Jimmy out of there. Well, I'll stand by it. Pat Riley, the great Pat Riley, I would teach him a lesson. You don't cross Coach Spo in the Heat play. And if you do, we're going to send you to Bolivian, as Mike Tyson once said. We're sending you to Sacramento.
You really want Jimmy Butler in Sacramento? Like dead serious? You want Jimmy Butler in Sacramento?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Is there a question about that?
Well, I just asked you. Yeah. Like, what's Jimmy? How old's Jimmy?
My guess.
Butler. Like, why is everybody trying to trade Jimmy?
Because
Jimmy Butler.
as Charlie Murphy was, he's a habitual line stepper.
I was making a joke about the other Jimmy.
What Jimmy? Oh, well, he ain't getting
who apparently isn't getting. He ain't getting traded. He ain't getting cut. Apparently, the other Jimmy's playing backup quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, whatever. Fine.
Jimmy Butler's 33 in September.
Okay. Yeah, come to Sacramento.
Just point it out. I don't know. I guess I mean, he'll snap the playoff jar. I think one of the most
to a line stepper.
I think the most interesting story in the rest of the regular season, and this isn't meant to be shade or funny, how far are the Golden State Warriors going to fall? Because they were a solid second. Now they're a solid third, but all of Dallas is playing well. Golden State's not. Utah's not that far behind Dallas.
Do we still need to? Do we want to have that conversation? That
I'm sure you do.
The guy on the Warriors
I'm sure you do.
podcast and Danny in San Francisco.
Yeah,
Draymond Green is and always has been as valuable as Steph Curry. We still having that conversation.
Well, we're going to talk to Matt George. So if you want to have the conversation with Matt George, I already see him here. We'll talk to Matt, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, are you doing?
No.
That's accurate. Okay. We'll bring Matt in.
When you come
What's
back,
up, Matt?
I'll ask you something too.
Okay.
On the show.
Yeah. I'm going to pop Matt up here. Casey.
For sure. My bad.
Okay. What's up, Matt? Be right back.
What up? Goodbye. I always have had that effect on D'Lo.
Maddie McQueen, what's up, man?
You look good in green and gold, my man.
I mean, I ain't got no problem. Hey, I ain't got no problem with the A's.
I know you don't.
I ain't got no problem with the A's.
The A's got problems with themselves.
My rival is the Dodgers.
Oh, I feel that.
So, the A's. The only time we start talking about crazy about the A's is when the A's fans start talking crazy about the Giants. Then I got to unload the clip. But until then, it's all good.
You make it sound like A's fans start the crap. Hell no.
Oh, they absolutely start the crap.
Absolutely not. All 20 of us.
We don't ever talk about no A's, and all of a sudden the A's fans just hate the Giants.
What are you talking about?
They hate the Giants, man.
Man, I can't get away from every Bay Bridge series. Giants fans making the comments about ballparks and TV deals, and y'all the instigators. Absolutely. All
Are they
20.
still not on radio?
Probably not. I mean, they are on the other station here in town, but they're not. I
don't think they're locally though, right?
No,
well, not us local, but
I don't think so. No, they still do their A's cast thing.
That's crazy.
Probably put more money into that than they do their roster.
Man, yeah, no, we ain't got no problem with the A's.
Yeah, well, the 20 of us will fight you to the end, man.
They always coming from it, and Marcus is right. It's the same thing with the Raiders. We don't say nothing about the Raiders. Then until they start running their mouth about us.
I feel that. Now that I feel as a Raider fan, I feel that the Raider fans, we pick fights with the other side of the bay. But A's fans, man, A's fans, we're just trying to get through a season and enjoy a team before they're gone. And Giants fans got to be the big brother bully that says, "Oh, look at our big glove and soda bottle. We're better than you."
The cathedral that is Oracle Park.
It's gorgeous, man. It's gorgeous. But I will tell you, scoreboard, the A's own the scoreboard when it comes to the Giants, man. They own the scoreboard. If you look at total regular seasons meetings between the two, A's got that. You look at World Series, A's got that.
What? No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. 6-5. 6-5, baby.
Oh, now we only got 5?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now we only got 5?
Hold on. Let me look it up.
We got about 8 or 9. Refresh that Wikipedia. We got about 8 or 9.
I have to check. Oh, wait, no, it's 9-8, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought, I think we got 8. Now, if you got 9, you got 9. I don't know what the A's got, but
why the hell they got the Dodgers on here?
I know we got more than the Dodgers. That is something that I do know.
Well, the question is, I mean, you're probably going to say no to this. Do we talk about organization all time or Oakland versus San Francisco?
No, we talk about all time. A lot of people don't like to do that, but we talk all time.
Okay, well, if it's Oakland versus San Francisco, the A's got the Giants 4-3. If it's all time, the A's got 9 and the Giants got 8.
Yeah, I knew we had 8. Yeah. Why?
And then the regular season.
Why wouldn't you count out New York titles? Like why not?
I mean,
it's part of the franchise.
A's get the Philly titles.
They could be playing on Mars. So what? It's part of the franchise. I hate when people make that stupid ass argument. No offense, Marlo. Real quick though, Davion, I wanted to ask you. So I didn't even finish it, but I was watching the final Genius. Like I never got around to watching it, right? Mm-hmm. So I was watching it, and I have a different take about if his mom was around. I feel like I could see, and obviously I wish she was still alive and everything, but there's a part of me that was like, I'm happy we didn't get to see the moment where she couldn't even get to Kanye anymore. Because that would hurt. Yeah. Like if they were estranged or she's like, it's not the same anymore. Like, he don't listen to me. Mm-hmm. That would be, I found myself watching that. Like, at least we didn't have to see that. Right.
Yeah. We're coming back. I want to hear more about that, but coming back. Live on the Odyssey app. It's the best way to listen to the show. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. However you're with us, we appreciate you for being with us, and we appreciate Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, for being with us as always. Matt, you enjoying these final few weeks of the regular season here?
Yeah, whatever. Who in the hell wouldn't want Jimmy Butler on the Sacramento Kings? Who?
Okay. First of all, I'm a broadcast journalist. I didn't say I didn't want Jimmy Butler on the Sacramento Kings. All I said was, you really want to go out and get a 33-year-old that will almost certainly come in here, break the playoff drought, piss everybody off, and then be gone in a year.
Sure.
He'll be the best player on the team right away, and he changes the locker room dynamic like we've been asking for years. Hell yes, I want Jimmy Butler in a Kings uniform.
Question for you two.
Yes, Damian Barling in the back.
Did he change the locker room dynamic in Minnesota?
Kind of.
He called out the right people, and when he left, they were garbage again until now.
Now look, he's almost like his favorite coach, Tom Thibodeau, where there is a shelf life on Jimmy Butler. And I was listening to somebody over the weekend, and they made a great point. Jimmy, he seems to only know one way to lead, for better or for worse. Like, he looked at Cat and he's like, I'm going to lead by telling you everything about yourself. Right. And you either get with it or get lost. And that didn't work for Cat. And they used the analogy of like Anthony Edwards. Like, Anthony Edwards already is a leader and complimentary to Cat, where it's like, he's not going to tell Cat who he isn't. He's going to build up what he is. Right. You know what I mean? And it's just different ways of leading. You know, some people, you know, can handle the Jimmy Butler stuff and embrace that a little bit. Like, I think Joel Embiid Jimmy never had to do it with Joel, but I think they meshed more and their personalities meshed more than Cat. What Jimmy, would his personality match up with De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis? I don't know. I'd like to find out.
Okay.
I'd like to find out.
I would just like to state for the record, I do not believe Jimmy Butler is getting traded.
Doesn't he have a year left? Is he expiring, or he has more time on his contract?
Oh, no, I don't think he's expiring.
He signed, what, 3 years ago? This might be the third season.
I don't know. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll look it up.
I think this might be the third year of the deal.
Better than Googling during the radio show.
All I'm saying, man, is there like this organization top to bottom, not just the roster.
Yeah, I say that because I was like, well, he'd be the same as Harrison Barnes. Yeah, one year after this.
this organization, top to bottom, and not just the players, could use a personality like Jimmy Butler in there to rattle some cages and change some things. Because after 16 years, I ain't trying to hear about hurt feelings. I don't care.
For a season? Like, y'all really think Jimmy could just come in here and...
Yes.
Well, he'd be an upgrade at the small forward spot. No disrespect to Harrison, but Jimmy's a better ball player.
It's never going to happen, but I mean, we're just talking about in terms of like I said, he's instantly the best player on this team. All respect to Fox and Sabonis if they're still around. He's instantly the best player on this team. And the leadership that he brings in and provides is exactly what we've been begging for. And going back to a couple months ago when we were talking about how they were stepping to the podium and the things that they were saying, Harrison Barnes, probably the most consistent leader on this Kings team that has to step to the podium and doesn't call anybody out because that's not really his style. Like Jimmy Butler, I think is a personality like Jimmy Butler is exactly what this organization needs.
It's 33. What are we doing right now? Here and Sabonis and Fox would both still be here. The trade would be Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes and whatever else for.
You might entice him by giving up your pick. Would you give up your pick for
1 year?
So,
y'all are wild. Like, I know, hey, I want the playoff drought to end too, man, but y'all are.
Hey, man, imagine what he could do for Davion Mitchell. That's all I'm saying. I think
Am I alone on this? Am I the only one? Like, it's
giving up your pick is a little Chris Brown. That's a little iffy. But
I do Harrison and Rashawn. You could because contract like that's all fine. But when you talk about a player that's making $37 million next year, and like what?
I honestly believe it would either have to be your pick or Davion.
Tell you what, D-Lo, get me one of those pink hoodies. I'll go to your side.
Okay. Can you rock pink?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. If you can rock it,
Everybody can rock pink, huh? You just gotta pull it off. You just gotta have the confidence.
Depending upon the time of year, it might blend a little bit, but hey.
Okay. I think I'm not positive. I think Matt George just turned heel.
All right. When are you asking me about Chris Rock and Will Smith? When are you asking me about that?
Oh man.
Oh God. That's actually what I wanted. That's what this is what I've waited all day for. I wanted Matt George's take on Chris Rock and Will Smith.
Absolutely did.
Do you have a take that you want to unload on everybody, or are you saving that for the Locked On Oscars podcast?
It's not going to be brought up on the Oscars podcast. I guess I will say really quick, I actually was sleeping during it, so I didn't see it happen live.
Who are you, Davion? It was like 8 o'clock.
All right, calm down.
Yeah, man, I get up at work at 2 a.m. What you talking about? I woke up and I went through everything on Twitter, and I felt sad about it almost. Like I just felt weird about it. And it's because I unfortunately fell into the cesspool of some Twitter accounts that have profile pictures that look like me making this about representation at the Oscars and whether or not a certain community, and you guys know what I'm alluding to here, a certain community should be getting this stage on the Oscars, and look what they did with it, which I think is absolute garbage.
We ain't never getting invited back.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
over.
I just don't want it to overshadow some of the great things from the night. Like, Coda winning was amazing. Sacramento's own Jessica Chastain winning, which is rad. Ariana DeBose, I think is how you pronounce her name. Like she was amazing as well. And I thought Chris Rock handled the entire thing really, really well. So I was uncomfortable by it, like watching it and reliving it, and I'm disappointed in Will. But I also am not going to sit here on a pedestal and say that if my wife wasn't insulted on national television, I wouldn't be upset about it. I don't know if I'd throw a punch because I'd get my ass kicked, but hey, I might break my wrist making contact.
Oh, I love Matt. I love Matt for moments like this.
It's like a pool noodle coming at you.
I knew you wanted to talk about it. I could see you wanted to talk about it, but you do it in this lovingly awkward way that just makes it fantastic.
Lovingly awkward is like a tagline for me. I should put it on a business card.
I believe we should. We could get a lovingly awkward shirt made over at KC.com. Advertise Locked On. Maddie McQueen, indeed. I felt the way you did. sad and disappointed watching the Kings play the Magic on Saturday. Obviously, the Kings get the win 114 to 110. That was I know what we're doing. Like I get it. Matt, like, man, this is going to be a tough final 7 games of the season. You try to find silver linings in these games. You try to find things to look for. And every time I find something, whether it's Davion, I walk away with more questions.
It was the overtime that nobody wanted, truly.
Right.
In fact, I give a round of applause to Orlando for the masterclass of tanking that they showed there, completely falling apart there. And I did say on the podcast, though, like, that win overall is not good for the Sacramento Kings when you're looking at draft lottery standings and lottery odds and things like that. And we're well into that point here at this point towards the end of the season. But if you're going to win a game like that, the best way to win it is by Davion Mitchell being the guy to win it for you. And it wasn't just picking Cole Anthony's pocket and getting the game-tying layup. It was the back-to-back assist off of corner threes hit by one Dante DiVincenzo, who we expect to be around next year, and 2 Harrison Barnes, who we expect to be around next year. Like, the guys that you expect to be here at least were the guys getting the buckets and making the moments, and it wasn't Trey Lyles. No disrespect to him. I think he's been playing pretty well, but I know Trey Lyles is not going to be my starting 4 next season. It wasn't, I mean, as good of a game as Alex Len had, it wasn't Alex Len that was doing it. It was at least guys that matter. So that was my silver lining to pull out of it. But I did end up almost having kind of a negative take podcast after that game, guys, because I started talking about the conversation of, like, Davion Mitchell's playing well. This is the second stretch where he's been a starter and he has played really well. The first stretch was when De'Aaron Fox was out and he was doing it next to Tyrese Halliburton. Now there's no Tyrese, no De'Aaron. All of it's falling on Davion Mitchell's shoulders. And once again, he's shining. He's playing well. All that being said, we're still looking at the starting 2 spot for next season and wondering if there's anybody on this roster that can fill that role. Davion is making a case for himself, but my case against Davion getting that spot actually has more to do with De'Aaron Fox than it does Davion Mitchell. Just because the 2 best times that Davion's played well, it's when Fox hasn't been playing. And that's not to say that either holds the other back. It's that Davion has been super successful with the ball in his hands when the Kings needed him to step up as a scorer. If you could give me 25 to 30 minutes of that Davion Mitchell coming off the bench and maybe he closes the game for you next to De'Aaron Fox, I'm way more for that than I am trying to force the 2 of them together again and risk De'Aaron Fox struggling with a second primary ball handler.
So I understand what you're saying. I get it. Do you think that is that Davion Mitchell? Is there something that he can do and he can show you in these games, or that can add to his game that can kind of change your mind about that pairing with Fox?
I don't know. Like, I think if Davion were showing a innate ability as a catch and shoot scorer, someone who didn't need to really create for himself. And Davion's done an excellent job, I felt, at getting to his spots and using his ability to get to his spots to open up games for his teammates. Like, he had 9 assists against the Magic, also had 7 rebounds. Like, he flirted with a triple-double a little bit, but he did all of that creating for himself and creating for his team, which I absolutely want to see from a point guard. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not taking anything away from what he showed. But what he showed to me is the same thing that Tyrese Halliburton showed to some extent, and Tyrese and Fox didn't work together. And I'm going into next season with the full expectations that this team is going to be a play-in team, or playoff team, not just a team that sneaks in through the play-in, but is actually in the conversation from start to finish. And if they're going to be that, then De'Aaron Fox has to be the version of Fox we've seen since the trade before the injury for the majority, if not all 82 games. So I'm not, even as good as Davion Mitchell is playing, it's not a punishment towards Davion Mitchell. It's an optimizing De'Aaron Fox conversation. As long as Fox is still here, Mitchell has to fit that role. And I just don't think starting him at the 2 spot next season does that. I also don't know if starting anybody on this roster at the 2 spot right now fixes that.
And real quick, Damien, I agree with what you're saying. And I know a lot of people, we talked about it earlier, and now bringing up this conversation are back to talking about how Fox is a problem because other people can't fit with him. I think it's real simple. Somebody like Davion, somebody like when Tyrese was here, what you need in any 2 guard, but specifically next to De'Aaron Fox, is somebody who can shoot the ball consistently and can create from a number of different places on the court. and can create, in a catch and shoot or on a triple threat situation, and can come off a screen and roll and knock down a jump shot consistently. I think, and you're not going to figure it out in the last 7 games of this season, but if Davion gets to a point where he is more of a consistent jump shooter, not just from 3, but even if he at the mid range coming off the screens, and when big sag off the pick and roll or whatever, he can knock that down religiously. I think that would add to the dynamic of being able to play. But if it's hit or miss, you can't. I don't want my shooting guard right there at having a hit or miss jump shot.
And you have stunned Matt George with that take. Like, Matt is just blown away.
No more to add. I vote for Kenny. Kenny
blown
2022.
away by that. Matt George's response to Kenny is the same response I have to all these Neemias Queta minutes that we've been getting over the course of the last few games.
Ugh.
Just spectacular minutes from the second round pick in Neemias Queta. That's sarcasm for those who are unaware. He continues to not play.
No, and for anybody watching on the stream, no, Matt's mic was not muted because he just got slapped. This is just really him just being.
No, I was just waiting for what's next, man. I thought the conversation had come to an end. I said what I had to say, but actually, D'Lo, I'm curious. Like, do you bring up that Neemias Queta stuff with like you think he should be getting those minutes and is not, or that people who are making a big deal for him to get those minutes, like we got to pump our brakes on that a little bit?
I'd like to see Neemias Queta play. I don't really know what the Kings are doing here moving forward. Like, maybe they are, and I don't have a problem if the approach is to win games and you believe that Alex Len is your best opportunity to win games that ultimately don't get you nowhere, unless, and I know some people very much do believe this, unless the Lakers really are going to lose damn near every game that they play. And if they do, the Kings are still in the conversation. I'd like to remind a couple of you, San Antonio's won like 2 or 3 in a row. It's not just the Kings and the Lakers right there. Like, there's San Antonio, like Portland.
They still hadn't passed up Portland.
Portland will forfeit a game before they allow themselves to be involved in a play-in, but or in the conversation for a play-in. But Alvin has said, we'll see Neemias Queta, we'll see Josh Jackson, when in fact we don't see Neemias Queta and we don't see Josh Jackson. Maybe he's waiting for them to officially be eliminated, maybe he's waiting for the magic number to change. I'm not really sure, but Queta is, there were a couple of things. Like, the most important person down the stretch, I thought, Matt, was Davion. Davion was clearly going to be guy number 1 for this final stretch without De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see Dante DiVincenzo too. I wanted to see how he worked. I wanted to see how Alvin utilized him. And then I thought, you know what? Bonus. Let's take a look at Neemias Queta. He seemed to be a guy that Monty McNair was just thrilled fell to him in the draft. Let's see what we can get out of him in extended play here. I think there have been little signs here and there like, hey, this might be all right, a little raw, but this might be all right. When in fact, like, no, we just don't put Alex Len out there, who, again, as you said, he played really well. Don't want to knock it, but
well, especially when Queta provides 2 primary skills that this team could really use, which is rim protection and rebounding. I mean, he's a natural 7-footer. He's capable of running the floor, we think, at least from what we've seen in his time with the Stockton Kings. He gets up and down the floor pretty well. Of course he's raw, and look, the expectations are not that he's going to come in and play so well that suddenly it's like, oh, he absolutely has to be in the rotation next season. It's possible. We've seen it happen before, but that's not the expectation. The expectation is for him to get some actual NBA time to see what you have, rather than just relying completely on training camp, which can always send mixed messages. Remember, training camp earlier on, we saw De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell playing one-on-one like the other was never going to score again. We saw Tristan Thompson pounding his chest, running up the floor like he was Chris Webber. Like, training camp doesn't mean anything when you actually get to the regular season, and not that these end of the regular season games on a losing team against a tanking team mean that much. But, and I'm an Alex Len fan. Like, I believe Alex Len should have been used more than he has been this season. Not to say that he should have gotten like Damian Jones's minutes, because Jones has played really well all season long, and I hope he's a King next year. But especially right now, like, if you don't have Sabonis playing, if you don't have Rashawn Holmes playing, if Damian Jones is your starting center, and especially in a game where he's getting into foul trouble, hell yeah, get Queta some minutes in there. And I know Alvin Gentry's coaching for his job. I know he doesn't give a damn about a future of the Sacramento Kings that doesn't involve him, which there is no future of the Sacramento Kings that involves him unless it's as an assistant coach at this point in time. Like, I don't blame him for that necessarily, but like you say these things like, we'd like to find some minutes and get this guy some minutes. Coach, that's on you. You're the one that controls that. So you say you'd like to prove it. Put the kid in and see what he's got. Like, I think Queta should be playing at least 10 minutes a night every single game for the remainder of this season.
Yeah, it baffles.
Kenny, Matt brought up training camp.
You all bought it. You all bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. You all bought it. Every damn one of you were made fools of.
Yes, we were. Yes, we were.
Oh man, these poor guys, poor Sacramento Kings media people. They better not post not one video of
nothing
training camp next year.
Iron sharpens iron.
I did multiple podcasts on those videos, so I am speaking from a place of full hypocrisy.
You all bought it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're so stupid. I agree with both of you guys, though, man. I think Queta should be getting some type of a look. Alex Lynn, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the point is of playing Alex Lynn over Queta on a nightly basis. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know.
Still think Alex Lynn can help them win games, and I still think they want to win games.
Like,
they don't
feel like
they don't want to experiment with Queta.
Well, I feel like Queta could give you just as good of a chance to win.
I agree.
As Alex Lynn.
Alex Lynn is one of two players on this roster that know how to actually set a screen, though. Like, that's been an issue for the Kings for a long time, and Alex Lynn has been able to provide that. We saw a couple of moments where Len's body alone gives Davion Mitchell enough separation to shoot that mid-range jumper that he likes so much. I think there are 2 or 3 different buckets that Mitchell got off of just Alex Len screens alone. So, I mean, if Damian Jones can learn a thing or two, or Neemias Queta can learn a thing or two about how to set a screen from either Domantas Sabonis or Alex Len, I think that's time well spent, I guess. But yeah, Len doesn't provide such a difference that it makes Neemias Queta unplayable.
Yeah, that does matter, though, the whole screen setting thing. I know Matt's been on that for years.
Hell yeah.
It's screen.
The biggest thing that pissed me off about Marvin Bagley is the biggest thing that pissed me off about Marvin is because Marvin was supposed to be
the
like
Pistons love Marvin Bagley. You ain't heard?
Yeah, Marvin Bagley doesn't set a screen there neither. And he's got Cade Cunningham to screen for. He didn't set a good screen for De'Aaron Fox. Like, he slips every screen and he makes it useless for someone who's supposed to be this athletic pick and roll threat. Why am I bagging on Bagley all of a sudden? But for somebody who's supposed to be this pick and roll threat, man,
Bagley hurt you pretty bad.
But it's not just Marvin. Like, Willie Cauley-Stein did the same damn thing. Like, you're big. Just stand there. Well, then again, if you had to set a screen for Buddy Hield, here, I'm going to drag Buddy into it. Why not? If you had to set a screen for Buddy Hield, Buddy wouldn't wait for you to get set anyway and would just get a foul called on you. So screw that. Maybe it's not worth it.
Share shots for everybody from Matt George here today. I didn't realize this during the game. Boy, Shemezi really is up and down, man. Shemezi was Olaf's. Dude, he rides these waves, dude. He is like either here or here. Like, Shemezi Metu has not found that like in between sweet spot yet.
No, he's feast or famine.
Oh man, that's our guy.
That's our guy. Freeport.
Oh man,
you know what I'm saying?
Gracious.
He's absolutely feast or famine. That's for sure.
Guys, is there more than 5 or 6 guys on this roster right now that you want to see back next season? Like, I was thinking about this and writing down names. Like, I have Fox, Sabonis, Mitchell, DiVincenzo, Barnes. Is there anybody else that like you really want to see? Maybe I just said Damian Jones.
Yeah.
It's like that's like 6 guys on this roster that I want to see back.
Did you have Lyles on there?
No. I mean, I wouldn't mind Trey Lyles if he's going to be a rotational big, but
different role.
If Trey Lyles is a starter next season, the Kings are garbage again.
Well, they're not garbage.
Good point. I mean,
maybe not good.
I like Trey Lyles a little bit more than most people do. I will admit that. But I do understand that you've got to be strong in so many other places if Trey Lyles is getting like a lot of minutes. And I don't know if the roster construction is ready for something like that. So
here's Here's the thing, though. Like, do we expect the West to be this bad again next season, or do we expect the West to get better? Because if the Kings couldn't make it now with the West being this bad, of course we expect them to be better with a full season of Fox and Sabonis, knock on wood. But like, we're expecting the West. I'm expecting the West to get better, which means the Kings have to get exponentially better if they're really going to be the playoff team that I expect them to be with that core. So, like, if that's the conversation, then we don't have time to talk about Trey Lyles. We don't have time to talk about.
Did you mention Terrence Davis?
I mentioned Davis.
You did. Okay.
I could listen to an argument, but I haven't seen Terrence Davis play for months. And when he did play, as much as I think his skill set would help this team right now, like, Terrence Davis was as streaky as they came. So
yeah.
I don't need a streaky shooting guard as my starter on a playoff.
We got some cool rotational players. We just don't have anyone for them to rotate with.
You got a roster full of fringe. You got like 3 designated starters and a roster full of fringe. You know, you got to fix that, Monty.
Sacramento fringes.
It's not that far off from other teams, though. It's like, it's not that far off. Like, just name a random squad, like Minnesota, who's 10 games over. They got, 3 starters? And
2 of them are all-stars.
Right. No, that's a big deal. But I'm just saying, they got 3 starters, and then they're rolling out Pat Bev. Malik Beasley's really good too. Like, he's good. But
Dallas would be like a team that I use. Like, Dallas's roster does not impress me, but they're just good. Like, Dallas's roster has never impressed me outside of Luka Doncic. Like, they're just good. And they play defense, which is nice to see.
Wow.
That's Matt George, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt has to get to work because Alvin Gentry is going to talk soon. Probably going to tell us how he wants to get Josh Jackson into Mias Catus some minutes. Kings play today at 4:30 against the Miami Heat. Matt, we appreciate you. Make sure you subscribe to the Locked On Kings podcast. We're back. James Ham's going to join us at some point soon. We'll take a look at some other things going on in the NBA, and we'll get you ready for Kings basketball tonight as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Maddie McQueen. Be right back, guys.
You got any predictions for WrestleMania?
I actually panicked because I thought WrestleMania was last weekend and I missed it because I haven't watched.
In fact, is not.
I haven't watched any WrestleMania or any WWE programming period. This is the first year in 6 or 7 years that I didn't watch any Road to WrestleMania pay-per-view. Like, I usually always watch the Rumble. Even if I don't care, I watch the Rumble. I haven't watched a single second of WWE programming. So I'm definitely watching for Lesnar Roman. And I expect Roman to win. I hope Roman wins. Other than that, like, I like the Miz and Logan Paul. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. I want Bianca Belair to win, but I don't really follow her that closely. So, and I don't follow anybody really that closely. I don't want Ronda Rousey to win. Other than that, like, what else is there? I'm just not interested in WWE, and I haven't been. Like, WWE hasn't put something other than Roman Reigns. They haven't put anything compelling in front of me that says I want to watch more than 10 to 15 minutes of their programming. Like, if Roman's on, if there's a Twitter clip with Roman and Paul Heyman or something, or Brock, I'm watching. Other than that, I'm like somehow they made AJ Styles boring. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah, that's tough, man. I'm like, in my head, I'm excited. In reality, I'm not. Like, I'm excited for Brock and Roman. Like, I really want to see how they tell that story. I'm excited to see a few things. I just saw they tweeted Seth Rollins at Vince McMahon's office. Vince McMahon tells Seth Rollins he's headed to the Showcase of the Immortals. So maybe that's the setup for. I won't believe it till I see it.
Like, I'm waiting for the WWE to give me a moment, and there was probably one sooner, but like the first one that pops into my head that's recent is I'm waiting for WWE to give me a moment like WrestleMania in Santa Clara, Seth Rollins running down to the ring during Roman and Lesnar's match, where Roman keeps getting up after Lesnar's just beating the absolute crap out of him, and then Seth comes down and catches. Like, I'm waiting for that kind of moment. I haven't seen a moment like that in the WWE. Like, even returns, it's like, okay. Like, Rey Mysterio came back, okay. Edge came back, okay. Like, I don't like you mean to tell me like, and I get it's popular. Randy Orton, one of the best villains and one of the like biggest icons in wrestling. You're gonna put him in a tag team called RK Bro? Like, I don't care. Like, it's stupid.
Yeah.
You're wasting him. Or at least, I mean, as long as he's been in the business. I don't know. I'm having a really hard time with the amount of programming that I'm forced to watch for King stuff. I'm having a hard time dedicating any personal time to watching that.
I watched 3 hours of Raw a few weeks ago when they were in Jacksonville because I thought Cody was going to debut, and it sucked.
It's still 3 hours.
It's never going back to 2 hours. Not as long as USA is paying for 3.
Yeah, I actually logged into the WWE Network recently to like watch stuff to get me kind of ready for WrestleMania, and then I saw watch on Peacock, and I went, nope. And I just
they just revamped the app, and they actually didn't make it any better. My new gimmick though is putting on wrestling shows as we're doing the show to just play in the background.
Yeah,
and I just clicked on WrestleMania 19.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I'll watch old stuff all the time. Like, we've talked about this before. One of my favorite matches to go back and watch for no reason is the end of an era match, the Triple H versus Taker in a steel cage or in Hell in a Cell with
Sean.
HBK. Yeah, like that. There are matches that like I associate WrestleMania to.
When Sean hits the super kick, we're coming back.
Oh man!
Thanks, Matt.
Bye, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Bye, Kenny.
I keep Matt in as my co-host because Kenny ain't back. Live on the Odyssey app, indeed. Live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can. 916-349-1320. Thank Matt George, as always, for joining us as Matt George and I are gearing up for WrestleMania coming up this weekend. This is one of the truly awful things about WrestleMania being 2 nights. Like, Duke, North Carolina is Saturday night. Like, what are we doing right now? Now, WrestleMania night 1 doesn't sound super exciting, so I'm trying to figure out. I know as I get to Saturday, I'll be more inclined to like just put it on. But I'm pretty clear of what my setup is going to be this weekend. I'll have WrestleMania on the big screen, but I'll have Duke in North Carolina because I'm not one of those dudes who has like TVs all over the place. I'll have Duke, North Carolina probably on the iPad in front of me with the sound up and everything else, and WrestleMania turned down.
You know, it's so crazy.
But the 2-night WrestleMania is doing the Final Four a massive disservice. And Duke and North Carolina, they're going to get my numbers. By the way, James Ham set to join us. I don't know exactly when. Like, as soon as Alvin Gentry is set to talk at 3 o'clock. As soon as Alvin is done talking, James will be with us.
You know,
did you make the switch back?
Oh,
I got you, partner. I got you, man. That's what I'm here for. You're my Jada. I'm your Will Smith. I got you, bro. I got you.
I was leaving it because James.
Oh, that makes sense. I didn't even think of that. I literally just said, James Ham, why didn't you say something? Oh, that's my bad. I couldn't hear you. That's me.
That explains a couple of times I was talking and you just kept going.
I just kept going. Couldn't hear anything you were saying. Got you potted down. Didn't want the echo. Whatever it may be.
I was going to say, though, about that Carolina Duke game, I almost feel like, I got to be somewhere.
Oh, word like that?
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Saturday night, Carolina Duke.
Okay.
I think it's going to be 80 degrees outside. I think people are going to be out. I might have to be somewhere.
Like, where are you going to be for that to be hype?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know where the hot spot is for that.
I mean, Punch Bowl.
I don't know.
First thought. Punch Bowl. First thought. Yeah. As far as I know. Yeah. No, it's absolutely.
Okay. I thought.
Punch Bowl sauce will be a good look. Sauce will be a good look. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not a go-to place, to your point, though, where it's like, everybody.
I'm just trying to think of like, what? Do you just want to be like around people? Because I'm trying to think like where Duke fans gonna go, North Carolina fans gonna go, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
They do have a Duke bar or something like that, maybe.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
I have to make a move, man. I have to make a move.
All right, Kenny gonna be outside. I'm gonna be inside.
I don't know if I want to. Well, seeing how sorry that Saturday card is, I might be fine making a move.
That Saturday card it's not popping. WrestleMania does not need to be 2 nights, and now they're interfering with our Final Four here. Yeah, Duke, North Carolina is getting my numbers. We talked about how this could be the most watched semifinal in history. Duke draws massive television numbers. North Carolina draws massive television numbers. Duke, North Carolina taking on each other in Coach K's last season for the first time in the Final Four. Man, this is an event for sure. It's an event some people are going to be tired of by Saturday, but it's an event nonetheless.
You know what's interesting here? I'll let you guys in a little bit. I'll let you in a little bit. I think I talked about this, but if I was a North Carolina fan, I'd be a little shook right now. I'd be a little shook because you played that last game at Cameron Indoor Stadium. You ruined Coach K's final game in Cameron Indoor Stadium. You had all the memes. You had all the jokes. You had all the IG lives, all the laughs, all the hee and ha-has, and everything was all good. And you thought you weren't going to see this man again. And you can get all the jokes in. And then all of a sudden, somehow, some way, go. I got to see him again. Almost like Martin and Tommy Hitman Hearns. Like,
oh my,
I got to actually fight you. And I'll tell you where it comes from. Kind of felt that way about the Rams. Oh, I went on IG Live. I talked about so-and-so with so-and-so's daddy and all that stuff. And we did all this other stuff. We own you. And then Tom Brady couldn't take care of business. And it was like, we got to play them for a third time.
Your Martin impression is funny. That's funny. That's funny.
And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. I told you guys I was scared. I told you I was shook. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
Yeah, you did.
Even though we had them handled and we should have took care of business. Don't get 17-7 going into the fourth quarter. I don't know if it's going to have the same feeling that I have about 3rd and 15 in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, but it's growing every single day.
Okay. The 13th Final Four for Coach K. That's breaking a tie with John Wooden for the most by a men's coach in NCAA tournament history. John Wooden, of course, has 12. Dean Smith, 11. Roy Williams, 9. I don't know how many of those Roy Williams appearances were with Kansas, but that's a.
And I feel like it's ready usually with Roy.
Probably.
Maybe a little bit more with UNC. If he's got 9, maybe it's 5-4 UNC over Kansas. But he went to. Feels like he went to the Final Four a good amount of times with KU.
Duke and North Carolina have been in the same tournament field 36 times, but they've never met in the NCAA tournament. And this will be, it's storybook writing. This will be the 100th and final matchup of Duke and Coach K versus North Carolina.
Wow. I mean, this is just storybook stuff. You can't script it. Well, once again, if it was in a national championship game, that'd be a little better. But come on, we're just nitpicking here. Duke, Coach K and Duke against UNC. For UNC to possibly send Coach K home forever. Oh, man. Oh, this is some good stuff. I'm hyped for this.
11 combined national titles between Duke and North Carolina.
The sneaky thing about this is UNC's an 8 seed.
Yeah.
It's not like, you got a 1, 2, or 3 seed. They weren't supposed to be here. The 8 seed UNC Tar Heels. I can't believe I feel that. When I was growing up, I was very, very pro UNC. I love North Carolina.
Because of Jordan?
I like them. Yeah, it was because of Jordan. And then Vince Carter was phenomenal. Loved watching him, Antoine Jameson, all those guys. Oh, it reminded me over the I don't know why I thought about this on Saturday. Do you remember Ronald Curry?
Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
The phenomenon that was the number one player in the nation out of high school in basketball and football, and went to North Carolina. And I think he made it in football. He was a quarterback when he went to UNC. He ended up being a wide receiver for the Raiders when he finally made it to the NFL. But man, that's crazy. Looking back at that, they land the number one player in high school in both. First of all, that you're the number one player both in football and basketball. And then he goes to your school and it says, I'm going to play both. And yeah, random thought of mine.
That is quite random, but I'm glad you brought it up because why not? Hubert Davis is the first rookie coach to take his team to the Final Four. So it's the old wily veteran versus the rookie, man. And as much people don't like the big blue blood matchups, as much as they may be sick of the Coach K storyline, you're going to be watching Saturday. And I saw a note here in the chat from our man Marcus. Movie incoming? Yeah, this could be movie status.
Yeah,
this could absolutely be movie status.
They're in New Orleans, so it's going to be close enough where all those people are making the pilgrimage. I mean, they would probably come anyway, but it'd be different if they were in Arizona, right, as opposed to New Orleans. They can get there. They're going to be there.
Yeah, it's going to be something, man. It's going to be something for sure. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. 1320, Kings insider James Ham set to join us coming up in just a few minutes as soon as he wraps up with Alvin Gentry, who's doing his pregame press conference. He'll jump on with us, of course, the Sacramento Kings. James, by the way, not only our 1320 Kings insider, but our 1320 Final Four insider, as D-Lo and KC, as ESPN 1320 airing the Final Four in the national championship. James is going to be at the Final Four in the national championship, so he's going to check in with us. Probably not on Friday, but he'll check in with us on Monday. Hopefully, if hotel internet cooperates, James will be with us from the national championship on Monday. So that's good stuff.
Pretty dope. You ever been to the national championship? Men's national championship?
I haven't been to a men's national championship, no.
One day I'll get there. When I go to LA or Vegas, I'll go. I don't know. I mean, New Orleans would be perfect. I'd definitely go to New Orleans. But when they try to go to Indianapolis, like, no.
It's definitely, I mean, I know it's set up exactly like the women's is. It's cool to be there like Thursday because there's like coaching convention. There's all that, like there's a ton of stuff happening and there's a lot of people there like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like random people. You'll just bump into random people who are here to speak to some, speak at some event or speak at some luncheon or whatever. So yeah, I'd like to do that one too.
I heard the Final Four is the most non-lit like big extravaganza of all sports, like Super Bowl, All-Star weekends, all that stuff. Like, oh yeah, it's lit party scene and all the. Except Final Four is the most.
Yeah, the party scene isn't really popping. I've never heard that. Like, oh man, you got to get out to a Final Four. Nah, I haven't. I haven't heard that. Like the Holy Grail, if you're looking to like for the sports party, is the NBA All-Star Game.
Even more than the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I agree with you, but
I only really experienced the Super Bowl like in San Francisco.
I heard that was like the worst.
Okay, then maybe that explains it. But I've been to some Final Fours. I mean, I've been to some All-Star games, including in New Orleans.
Oh my,
bro.
Raise the roof.
Bro, if the Holy Grail of sports party scenes is the NBA All-Star Game. Just Though that's something you prepare in advance.
Or maybe the Holy Grail is New Orleans.
May very well be that.
And being in New Orleans and not being.
Maybe it's the NBA All-Star game in New Orleans.
Oh my.
Maybe that's the perfect combination right there.
Can't wait till it's in Sacramento though.
But this
you float along that American River.
Isn't the Final Four in New Orleans?
It is.
Where's the Final? Oh yeah. You just said that. You said that like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
It's gonna be crazy. Although when the Final Four comes to LA, I'm always sending Davion on trips he doesn't want to go to. But when the Final Four comes to LA, come on now. Come on. We gotta go. Let's go.
Okay. Whatever you say, pal. We're going to LA. We're going to Vegas. You're dragging us all over the place. The Sacramento Kings take on the Miami Heat. The Sacramento Kings will look for their third straight win, and in the process, hand the Miami Heat their fifth straight loss. 4 straight losses right now for the Miami Heat. 3 straight losses, and I know a lot of Kings fans are rolling their eyes like, oh, we're doing this thing again, where we win a bunch of meaningless games at the end of the season that ultimately mean nothing. Every Kings fan who is super just like antagonistic about what's going on, I completely understand, because it's like we've seen this all before.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've seen them play well at the end of the season. We've tried to hype ourselves up on the roster, not pointing any fingers, but I was hyped up by Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis. No knock on Terrence Davis. I would have liked to seen him play here in this group, but man, we get caught up in the things we see at the end of the season that are ultimately meaningless, and we're heading into the next year like, hey, maybe it's not so bad, and then all of a sudden,
you all bought it. You all bought it.
And it's like, no, man, come on.
I think
I get every Kings fan who's like, this is garbage. I get it. Like, I completely understand.
And I also feel that we're not going to be fooled again. At least I'm not. Like, I'm not going to look at what goes on here and say, well, that's a good omen for what could happen next year. In that respect, they're completely not related with the Sacramento Kings. Maybe with other teams like the Phoenix Suns, maybe they're related. Not with the Sacramento Kings. Absolutely not. But I would like to pose this question.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly don't mean this as any type of shade or anything like that.
So this is about to be a shady question.
I just want to know, I just find it interesting. How would people feel about the Kings moving forward as a franchise if they finish the season the way the Pacers are finishing the season? And when I say no shade, I'm really not taking a shot at the Tyrese, at Buddy, and none of
that. Sure, whatever you say. Whatever you say, it's fine.
I'm not taking a shot. But they're not just losing. They continue to get, you want to talk about chair shots. They're taking chair shots every night. And would people, if the Kings did that, would they be like, this is great, this is good, this is a good omen? Or would they have would they feel the same way as they feel right now with the team winning and be like, well, it means nothing for next year?
Yeah, I can't speak for everybody else. I think there's a certain portion of the crowd that would be very happy that they're getting, they don't care that they're getting blown out. They're just happy that they're losing.
Mm-hmm.
You're losing and you're racking up those lottery balls. Like, I think there's a 2-game difference now between Sacramento and Indiana, 25-27. Yeah, there's a 2-game. I said Indiana and Sacramento. There's a 2-game difference between those two. I mean, with the way this is going to be tough to make up. You know what I mean?
Right.
So those lottery balls could be going the Pacers' way. I have no clue who the hell is playing for the Portland Trailblazers anymore. Hey, like I couldn't even venture a guess, because all the players that they ain't playing. They have shut literally everyone down. Yeah. They ain't trying to win a game over the course of the next 6-7 games, whatever they got left.
All right.
So when you're talking about finishing, 6, 7, 8, I think there's a not only a portion of the people, probably a really large portion of Kings fans who'd just be like, look, we've already entered a season. We have regularly over the last handful of years entered a season optimistic about something. Who cares if I don't enter the season optimistic this year, off-season optimistic? Just give me a freaking lottery ball. Give me an extra lottery. You can take my optimism if you give me an extra lottery ball.
Yeah. But see, it's not even the way I was thinking, it's not even the losing. It's
the way they're losing.
They're getting hammered with a guy that they look at as, one of their future pillars.
I think that's as meaningless as the Kings wins.
Yeah, now look, to that point, I agree. I don't think because the Pacers are losing bad this year that it's a bad omen for how they're going to play next year. I think they're completely unrelated. But I just thought about that, when I saw them get smacked.
Yes, the other side of the side of the coin.
When they got smacked around again by Toronto on Saturday. And I was like, man, they're not even close. They got beat up by Memphis the day after they played the Kings. They lose to the Kings. It's just like, man, I wonder if they're happy over there. Belo and JC, I wonder if they're happy in Indianapolis.
I'm guessing they've been at this. They're at this. They've been at this stage that the Kings are at for a while, and they're like, cool, more lottery picks. Maybe in the Belo and JC conversation, they have figured out a way to land the player that they want at 6, or maybe they figured out a player that they want to land at 7. So they just tell each other, we can't finish 8th. Don't win too many games. You want to finish it. We've got to maximize our chance to. And I completely get all of that thinking. My head still hurts from when James tried to explain the 5th spot and how you only have like a 2% chance to actually draft 5th, and the whole wild array of numbers that he threw at us when talking about that. And it's like, yeah, dude, just shoot the logos out the little ping pong dispenser and tell me where the hell the Sacramento Kings are drafting and what type of trade chip or what type of player. What exactly we're going to be talking about here over the course of the next few weeks after the lottery happens, leading into the draft.
One thing that I will say about the Kings and what we've seen with Davion Mitchell, I think I'm resigned to the fact that the sole focus of what they should be doing in this offseason is to get preferably a power forward or a 4 that fits with what they're trying to do, and maybe even look at a 3. I think draft-wise, free agent-wise, I don't think they need to be looking at the guard spot. You got Fox. I think you choose between Terrence and Dante if you bring Dante back about who's starting to. You got Davion backing up, running the point, and you got whoever doesn't start at the 2. That's your 4 guards right there. If you want to take
Justin Holiday has to go.
No, Justin can stay. I don't see him being part of the rotation like that.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people, even Stephen Brown, talking about Zach LaVine as a free agent. If they can realistically get Zach LaVine, obviously you go for that. But I mean, why would Chicago let Zach LaVine go? So
they haven't re-signed him yet. I'm just pointing it out. Like, wouldn't it, like if you were adamant at getting that done, wouldn't you want it to do it? Like, why even get to free agency?
I agree, but even then, Zach LaVine is like one of those guys when we say like, well, Kevin Durant's a free agent this year,
right?
Like, why would if
I'm sure there's
Zach come to New York, he's probably choosing New York over Sacramento.
I can't imagine why.
The Mecca. Although Golden One Center, a lot of people are looking at that as one of the potential future Meccas out here.
Who? Who's doing that?
It's one of when there's so much great basketball that's going to be played over here over the next 10 years. It's going to be a historic spot. I'm just speaking it into existence.
Okay. All right, man. Cool. Like, that's a hell of a stance. That's a hell of a stance to take.
What's the Mecca on the West Coast? Is it a little sorry Staples Center?
Hell no. Ain't the Staples Center.
Staples Center is saying a lot of great things, though. Like
Staples Center, no joke. I don't have any beef with LA. Like the Staples Center is a horrible arena.
Yeah, the arena.
It sucks.
Well, crypto. Sorry.
Whatever. It's awful. That's a terrible, terrible place.
I don't know. That's terrible.
It's one of the worst. It's awful. It's got like 5 levels of suites. If your ticket starts with a 2, don't go.
Well, there's that.
Don't go. Just be, you know what? Forget it. Or bring your binoculars.
You know what I wasn't a fan of? We talked about this before. I wasn't a big fan of the Chase Center. I guess cool.
You mentioned that. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Cool, but But yeah,
I haven't been. Okay. Whatever. I mean,
when they open those.
What about the old joint in Vegas? I guess that's not the coast. It's the West. It's not
T-Mobile. Oh, and T-Mobile, when they get their NBA team, T-Mobile gonna have. I've never been in there, but it looks pretty cool in there. The ambiance of being right there on the strip too. It's gonna be.
There is no West Coast Mecca. It's not a thing.
I guess there's only one Mecca.
You're trying to rope me into this. Like it's fine. That's fine. I get it.
The Mecca.
I get it. James Ham just tweeted Alvin Gentry was non-committal on whether we have seen the last of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Fox is on the trip. Both players are continuing rehab. Doesn't matter what Alvin says. I mean, God bless. I know it feels like I'm picking on Alvin. Alvin also said we're going to see Neemias Queta and Josh Jackson. We have yet to see Neemias Queta or Josh Jackson. So forgive me if I'm not too locked into what Alvin Gentry is saying. I think we all know De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis aren't playing again this year. That's just my guess. And speaking of, I just looked at the clock. James Ham's here. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. We're going to talk to James Ham, and we'll talk Kings basketball when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What's up, Hammer?
Gentlemen.
How are you?
Let's go, Oakland. Can you not hear me?
We got you.
Oh, okay.
James Ham, what's going on? Somebody mentioned something in here when they talk about the Olympics going to LA. Did you guys see?
You're super quiet.
I'm quiet.
Hang on.
Can y'all hear me?
There we go. Now I got you. It might have been me.
Somebody said that the Olympics, part of the pitch, and I don't think it came down to it. I think they figured out how to do it. But they were going to have things in Sacramento. They're going to use the Golden One Center and change all that other stuff. Mm-hmm.
I know that stuff. I know sometimes the Olympics are usually a lot more spread out than we think, but that's really spread out.
Yeah, I don't think it ever went through. I think they figured it out without having to do that. But that was part of a initial pitch for like the basketball, using different arenas and stuff.
San Francisco too, and I remember they had even pitched, I believe, doing all the gymnastics in Sacramento, like because you can do gymnastics in an arena like that, and it's a big draw. So you would choose a couple of things that are like substantial draws to put in one area, so all of their people would be around in this, a village here.
Yeah,
that'd be dope.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
Be happy with that.
I think they talked about that for like if they did World Cup, if San Francisco ever tried to get a World Cup as well.
Yeah.
That would be sick.
How many World Cups have been in? There was one in Chicago. How many World Cups have been in America?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good
Not
question.
very. I don't think it's been very many, right? It was just the one? Okay, it was just the Chicago one. Man, Chicago must have been lit for that.
Really, really lit.
Oh my gosh, Chicago must have been crazy. Have you been to Chicago, James?
Yes, I've been to Chicago. I haven't been to a game in Chicago. I think we talked about this one. The best thing to do in Chicago, besides like going to Billy Goat and stuff like that, do the Wrigley tour if you ever get to go. It's literally the greatest thing ever. They let you walk into like where Harry Carey did his stuff and the press lounge, and they take you through the dugout and out on the field and all the ivy and all that stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, Wrigley's a pretty cool. That's a must.
Yeah. I've been to I was in Europe during Euro Cup one year, and that was fun. That was a good time. Everywhere you went, there were people like just packed around TVs, everyone screaming and yelling. Yeah, it was really fun.
There's a discussion in the chat about meccas here in Sacramento, basketball meccas. And these are spot on. 10th and P, Southside Park, Curtis Park, Reichmuth Park. Absolutely meccas here in Sacramento. But I will say this. Those are pretty South Sac dominant. Where do they go play in the North and the East? I don't know. Where do you guys play? I never ventured out there. Where do you go play basketball in the North and the East? You guys let me know.
I've played at a park out in Natomas, but on the opposite side of the freeway, Del Paso area. That got a little crazy every once in a while.
Yeah, opposite side of the freeway. That's the wrong side of Natomas.
You said it, not me.
Turn the other way. James, you're going the wrong way.
Robertson Center. A lot of people say, where is that?
Oh, there you go.
Where's that at?
But I think if you live in Natomas, I think you go downtown. I think you go to one of the parts. Like you're close enough to go to one. Like if you're really trying to go, you go downtown.
Yeah, I would go to McKinney.
I don't know what they do out here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where that park is. Like I played there quite a few times. Like I said, it got a little rough every once in a while. I know there used to be a lot of people that played
off Norwood. Oh my.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Off Norwood. Yeah. On the opposite side of the freeway, and then so from the arena, and then you either take a right or a left, like right on one of those side streets, and there's a community center right there.
It's called South Natomas. That's how you know you don't go there. Hang on, guys. We're coming back. Kenny's quest to find the Mecca of West Coast basketball continued during the commercial break.
We found the Mecca of Sacramento basketball. I think the Mecca of Sacramento basketball. It might be 10th and P. I think it really comes down to 10th and P and Reichmuth, and I think I might have to give it to 10th and P. Man, I felt like I was in Harlem when I go playing 10th and P, and I see the quote unquote skyscrapers around me. I felt like I was right there in Harlem.
You ever been to Harlem?
Yeah.
You played ball in Harlem, and you felt like being at 10th and P was like being in Harlem? Because that's wild. That's like Kenny Adoko. I was at Times Square, yo. Like there was lights and Doko signs, and
I'll talk about the buildings, man. Seeing the buildings around you, it made you feel like you were in Harlem.
Those buildings. When I graduated from high school, I worked on the downtown plaza build, and then when that job ended, I went to the Secretary of State's office, which is on 9th and 10th and O&P. The three buildings right there. So I helped do some construction right there. Those big buildings
when James
you're
says
talking
he
about.
helps with the building. He doesn't mean like legislature or getting like no, he built it. Like he helped build it. A guy who walks into an arena with a cordless drill, like he goes and builds stuff, man. That's what he does. When you talk to the Kings PR staff about sawing part of a table off in the media area,
that's right.
That's James Ham. That is our 1320 Kings insider, soon to be our 1320 Final Four insider. I mentioned, I told everyone as the dogs are excited at the Ham household in Amsterdam over there, that you're making the trip out to New Orleans this weekend.
I am making the trip.
He's muting us the best he can. You're doing it's all right, buddy.
I am making the trip to New Orleans this weekend. I'm very, very excited. I thought that my trip was done. I did not think I was going to New Orleans. But I have been given medical clearance to go to New Orleans. I have not been given medical clearance to pick up a saw for the next 90 days. I will not be picking up saws or cordless drills or anything else. But they are going to let me put on my support hose and take my pills and get on a plane and go to New Orleans.
Hammer got compression tights. Hammer's going to be on the plane with some compression tights.
To quote Buddy Hield, it be like that sometimes. Yes.
Ham going to be on there looking like Brett Favre and Jerry Rice.
That's right.
With the joints that they rock. Break this down for me, because you mentioned it before a little bit. There's a waiting list for the Final Four. Those 90,000 people that didn't you say somebody got on? That's how you got the tickets?
Oh yeah. So we have friends who they put in. There's a lottery. There's a lottery for the Super Bowl, and there's a lottery for the Final Four, and they put in for both, and they won the lottery for 4 tickets. And I don't know where we're sitting. We're probably going to be you can't even see the court, but that's okay. We'll be there for Coach K's last game, one way or another.
That's dope. That's gonna be
dope. That's gonna be amazing. Like Kenny and I have been talking about. We'll get to the Kings here in a second. Kenny and I have been talking about that. That Saturday night game is going to be bigger than probably any national championship of the last 20 years in terms of television viewers.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a monster because Duke, North Carolina, they individually draw numbers, and here with their 100th matchup, or at least Coach K's 100th matchup, it's going to be a monster. Is James frozen?
I guess he is.
I don't know if James knows. This is for those that are watching. This for those that are watching, this is just spectacular.
Somebody screen record this. This is
James is frozen. So, all right. Well, I don't know what to do. Maybe James is doing a reset over there at the ham hat. There, hold on.
Oh no! Now there's two names.
Wait a second. Listen. Oh, it won't let me put the other one back in the screen. Oh, James, you froze in spectacular fashion there for a moment. That's good stuff. It's all right, buddy. It happens.
Great.
It's technology, man. It's a beautiful
I'm back.
thing. You are back.
I was just about to say though, I'm looking right now on Game Time. If you want to get into the building at the Caesars Palace Superdome or Caesars Superdome, $595 to get in.
To get into Duke, North Carolina this weekend?
I guess you get you get to both games. You get both games. So
okay.
Yeah, so we have tickets to Saturday and to Monday. So to both games on Saturday. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's gonna be a blast.
I'm excited. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been there at all. So I mean, I haven't been to the Final Four before. I've been to New Orleans. I love New Orleans. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The Kings aren't a lot of fun, though they are winning games. James said, hey, if the Kings win the next 6, maybe there is a scenario that De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis come back. Well, we're 2 into that, though you just talked to Alvin Gentry a few minutes ago, and he seemed to be non-committal on what the immediate future was for De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I think you get through tonight, right? If you get through this game and somehow beat the Miami Heat, I'm going to guess that all bets are off from then on, because that puts you at 28 wins. What are the Lakers at? 32 wins? 31 wins?
31. 31
okay.
and 43.
31, 40, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the way that the games lay out. Like, I could make an argument that the Kings could win every game from here on out. I also know that they haven't won 3 consecutive games all season, or they've only done that once, right?
Yeah.
But if they get through tonight and they get into, this Houston series where you got back-to-backs, 2 games in a row against the Rockets, I think you could start seeing some momentum. And then, you come back, you play the Golden State Warriors, which are on the second night of a back-to-back, which means that like all of their stars probably won't play. Then you get to New Orleans, which is going to be the biggest game. Again, like if you get to that game and you're still in it, then you could see some interesting things happen. And then you get to the final 2 games of the season, and you got 2 teams that have a rooting interest in what's about to happen. And that is you play the Clippers, who don't like sharing a building with the Lakers, don't like being like the redheaded stepchild of LA basketball. And if they could look at a way to drop the Lakers out of the playoffs, they would. And you get to the Phoenix Suns the last day of the season, and if they have to choose between being the number 1 seed and potentially playing LeBron James in the first round and playing the Sacramento Kings in the first round, I'm going to guess that they're going to go with the Kings. And so, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. What I'm saying is that there is a path. There is a pathway where you could see the Kings winning more games than anyone in Sacramento is comfortable with them winning because of the lottery. And the Lakers, I mean, if the Kings went out, I think the Lakers have to go 3-5, and they would tie, and the Kings would be in, and the Lakers would be out.
And 3-5 seems like a stretch.
It does seem like a stretch. The Lakers' schedule is brutal.
This week they've got Dallas, the Utah, the Pelicans, and Denver this week.
Every team they play is fighting for a playoff spot, is fighting for playoff position, and is better than them.
Yeah, and then there's that. It's not till they get to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Until the Thunder.
That's it.
So let's give them that. We'll give them that game, but then look at the rest of them. So you're thinking, okay, if the Lakers go, they have 8 games. So if they go 2-6, and the Kings, that would give the Kings some space.
They can get
because the Kings could get 1 loss. Because here's the deal: the Kings have tiebreakers right now against New Orleans. They have tiebreakers against San Antonio, and they actually have tiebreakers against the Lakers because it goes, head to head. They split 2-2. Then it goes division record. And as long as you're not a division leader and they're in the same division, Kings have, I think they're 5-8 in the Pacific, and the Lakers are 3-11 in division.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But where this all gets lost, James, and this is why your dogs are playing in the background, they don't appreciate this conversation, is I love listening to the dogs run on the hardwood floor. It's one of my favorite things about when James is with us. The Kings almost lost to Orlando the other night. Like Orlando ain't the Kings nearly lost to them. Buddy Hield dribbled the ball off his foot until further evidence provides he did it on purpose. Come on.
They almost beat Phoenix as well.
Well, they did.
And if they would have won that Phoenix game where they lost by 2, or was it 2 or right around there, 2 or 4.
3.
They would
right
be in. Is it 3? Yeah.
It was 127 to 124.
Yeah, if they would have won that game, now you're looking at like a really, really interesting situation where, again, the Kings could lose 2 or 3 games here down the stretch, and you look at the Lakers schedule and it's brutal. I told you guys a while ago it was always the Lakers.
So are we not talking about the Spurs? Because we know the Pacers quit. I'm sorry, not the Pacers. The Trailblazers. They quit. I don't even know who plays for the Portland Trailblazers at this point.
Yeah,
but the Spurs have won like 3 in a row.
Yeah.
The Spurs are always going to be tough. They're always going to be battling all the way down the stretch, and they don't give up. But again, the Kings have tiebreakers over the Spurs as well. I think they won the season series 2-1. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, there is like this weird thing, and I believe that is why Alvin Gentry is not just going really, really young. Like, the fact that he's played Alex Lynn in the last 2 games over Neemias Queta. I mean, that's negligible. Like, you're like sitting there like, hey man, like, that's not okay. The fact that Josh Jackson still hasn't got a shot, even though I don't really care to see that. but that he hasn't got anything. That tells you that he's still trying to win. He is trying to win every single game here, and that's to the detriment of their lottery pick for sure. But you always have to, like, at some point it has to be about winning and about culture, and about putting players who are about culture and about winning in the position to do that, and letting them try their best to try to make a difference. And I think that's what we're seeing with guys like DiVincenzo and guys like Davion Mitchell, even Trey Lyles. Like, these guys don't want to lose, and like, good for them. Like, that's the funny gray area. Everyone's always like, "Oh, you got to lose, you got to lose, you got to lose." NBA players don't want to lose because I'm not sure if people understand this, but there are other people waiting for their jobs. So if you don't want to do your job well down the stretch of a season, there's 60 dudes coming in the league next year coming to take your job.
Right.
And another, 15 guys that are trying to break into the league and all that stuff. You got to keep playing. Anytime you get an opportunity at the NBA level, you should be playing hard. And that's where putting players that don't have a chance to really help you win becomes like paramount in this situation if you want to lose. That's why running Josh Jackson out there for 30 minutes or playing Neemias Queta like 28 minutes, it's not because Neemias Queta is a bad player. It's because he's so inexperienced. He can't do what Alex Len just did. Like, he just can't. And so it's just a weird situation because, here we are. And I think the Kings are still looking at the play-in game.
And right now, in a weird way, why not? Because I say that because the alternative of trying to be as bad as, the teams in front of you, like, that's kind of gone. Like, you're kind of where you're at. You're going to end up being having the 7th worst record, I would think. You know what I mean? If you finish 500 for the rest of the season, like, you're not catching Indiana. I don't think you're catching Portland once they start rolling like they're rolling right now in a bad way. You're not catching them. So you are where you're at. So why not try to win? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you can lose enough to get where people want you to get. So let's see what they can do. See if they can win some games.
Yeah, you're 7-8 no matter what at this point. I mean, there's a possibility you could tie for 6, but I don't think so. I told you guys, that was the other thing. I said the Lakers are the team to watch out for that could easily just drop this thing. And then the other thing is the Kings have a problem, and that is that they're not good at winning, but there are so many teams in the league that are better at losing than they are. And the Kings aren't good at losing either. Yeah. They win games when you're like, "Oh, you're killing me,"
And why do you think that is? Like, why you can... I don't know what the Pacers are doing, but they're losing, whether they're just that bad or they're setting themselves up they're better at losing than the Kings are. Like, why does it feel like the Kings won't just ever, not just this year, but ever just fully, it's Queta, it's Jackson. If we win with those guys, God bless it, there's nothing we can do with it. Let's play Queta, let's play Jackson. Last year, let's play Woodard, let's play Ramsey. Why won't they commit to it and do it?
I don't know, because it really does end up haunting you. I think Orlando is the biggest example, right? We're looking at the Orlando Magic, who end up being the pick right before the Kings. What would the Kings look like with Franz Wagner on the team? Like, and I know Davion's played well, but what would the Kings look like with Franz Wagner next to Harrison Barnes? And he's your starting 3 or 4 for the next decade. And I'm not saying that Davion Mitchell can't be a really good role player, but I still don't know that he's a starter for the next decade. And Franz Wagner certainly is. And you could have even got higher than that, if you would have just gone full tank. I think Josh Giddey went, number 6? Like, there are some guys there that could really change the direction of your franchise. And I think Davion's a solid player. He's a good NBA player, and there's potential there. But there are also guys that were at positions of need that, like, if you would have just lost games that you should have lost on the stretch, you would have had a better shot at them. But that also happens when you put pressure on a coach to win. and you put an interim tag on somebody, and we talked about with Buddy Hield, what did all these incentives that Vlade Divac put into his contract, all they did was make him worse at basketball. They just made him hunt stats. And so it's the same thing. You put an interim coach in and you say, hey, look, interim coach, here's the deal. We want you to get to the play-in game. And he goes, okay. He's still trying to get into the play-in game. He's an interim coach. If you get to be, if you get to the play-in game, he might be the coach next year. We're not sure what exactly the incentives are for him, but there's a list of them. And now you're like, okay, is that one of the benchmarks? And if he gets there, what does that mean? And so that's the problem when you incentivize certain things, and then you live with the repercussions of what that means. Even if it were at a point where you probably should have pulled the plug on this thing, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and just let this thing play out. I mean, going into the Pacers game, they were the 5 seed. They were the team with the 5th worst record in the NBA. That's a really, really good spot to be in the lottery.
Well, and I'll say this though as well, James. I mean, aside from Harrison Barnes, maybe I think you mentioned it. What more could they have done? They've not played Fox. They've not played Sabonis. These are guys that are role players. They have one starter on the court in Harrison Barnes, realistically. I mean, I don't want to say they're trying to right now, but they're not really out there throwing out their best lineups, and they're finding ways to win. So it's just one of those things that with the Kings in Sacramento, these things never go the way you probably want them to go.
I'm going to see, I think what we're going to see right here is how do they finish this trip? If they are still in it at the end of this trip, we're going to see, I think we'll see Fox and Sabonis. Okay, if there's 4 games left in the season and the Kings have not been eliminated from the playoffs, from the play-in, I shouldn't say playoff, because, I mean, it's an opportunity to make the playoffs, but it's not the playoffs. I don't consider it the playoffs. Then if they're in it, then that's where I'm like, why not go for it at that point? It's too late now. You've already killed yourself in the draft lottery.
Yeah, it's already done. That's what I was saying. It's already done as far as on the losing side. You're not going to move up. You might as well go out there and try to win the games.
Well, if somehow you do sneak that 10, you could go all the way up to the 10th pick. That's what we're talking about, because you would jump over teams like the Lakers, and you would jump over teams like the Spurs and everything else. And that's the crazy thing. The Kings, as of I think going into yesterday, it's not that they were just way far out of it, but there are 2 teams in between them and the 10th seed. Mm-hmm. They're the 13. They're not even 11, nipping at the heels. No. They're boom, boom, boom. They're there's only 2 teams below them.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's Fox. I get is just I get Fox as a potential let's just wait and see. Sabonis, man, it'd be really tough to march Sabonis back out there for the final 4 games, regardless of where the Kings are in this thing.
Well, I don't know that his knee injury is that bad.
Okay. All right. I don't know what to say. This isn't a repeat of a conversation the 3 of us had last season. This is just the same conversation over and over. Change a few names here and there. What was their record last year? 31 wins. Is that what they had? Are they going to win 31 wins for the 3rd season in a row?
Well, if they do, that would actually be a pretty big feat. I mean, that would mean that they go 4-3 to finish this year. And you got to remember the previous 2 seasons were only 71 games. So those are really prorated 35-win seasons. And that means that you've taken a step backwards.
Yep. That's where we are.
Reality.
Backwards. Yeah. It's a cold, cold world out there. But, as we search through different things, I mean, we spent some time today, James, trying to figure out like what this last stretch of like 2 or 3 games from Davion means. Davion played, really well. He's led the team over the course of the last couple games. It's 20 plus points, 3 straight games for Davion. But ultimately, he's the number one guy when the real number one guy and the real number 2 guy aren't around right now. So trying to figure out how all of this is going to translate into whatever his role is next year is becoming increasingly difficult.
I think it is, because most of what he's doing is as a major ball dominant player, and like his usage rate has gone up. But like I told you guys this a couple of times early on, the issues that I had sort of with Davion is I've always looked at him as an undersized 2, right? I've never looked at him as a point guard, unless he's playing with a big time combo, like a guy like Tyrese. Like I think him and Tyrese could have been an interesting backcourt. I think there's potential for him and Fox to play together for long stretches, just because Fox is 6'3" and long, and he can go over and guard, some shooting guards in the league. But my issue with him is that I thought it would take him a year or 2, maybe 3, to get to be where he was a player that could really run the offense. And now what we're doing is we're seeing him being forced to run the offense. And I think Dante DiVincenzo talked about it after the game the other night. He said, like, Davion was incredible, but the 2 biggest plays for him were the 2 assists in overtime. Those were the 2 big plays for him, where he found DiVincenzo in the corner for wide open 3 who hit it, and he found Harrison Barnes for wide open 3 who hit it. That, to me, the 9 assists, but it's not just the 9 assists, it's that he didn't try to force something. He didn't do something silly down the stretch. He made the right play. He looked like a point guard. I've been waiting to see him look like a point guard. The only way he was ever going to get an opportunity to look like a point guard is if he played major minutes and got that opportunity. I didn't see that happening, because coming into the season, you had De'Aaron Fox and you had Tyrese Halliburton. So I think that's why this time is so valuable, because you do learn things about players. You do see players grow. And people want to just throw away the final 7 games of the season. Well, what if those final 7 games equate to 3 more wins next year? Because 1 or 2 players figured out how to play together, or they got some sort of a player learned something that he didn't know before, or found his game in a different way, which is what we're seeing with Davion. That's kind of why you don't just give up. And if you give up, like, I would like to tell you that OKC is going to come out of this saying, with all their their war chest of 17 draft picks, that they're going to be some team that's on the rise, right? Well, at the same time, like, you took Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and you turned him into a loser, because he's a loser. I mean, look at his record as a player. Like, that's what you've done to him, and that's what you've done to all their players. So either you're going to have to find a whole new batch of players, or you're going to have to, which, hopefully they will, because they have all these draft picks. But at some point, there has to be some sort of cultural change where, you're trying to do something that's positive, and not like losing games isn't positive for anybody. It beats up everybody, and it just saws through coaches and saws through front office members. That's what losing does. And so, again, like, I don't like that they're killing their draft stock just like everyone else, but I also keep looking at this team and thinking, at some point, you can't just talk about winning. You have to actually win. And they just can't do it. And so maybe this is one of those moments where, again, they find something, some small kernel that makes them better going forward. And that's, I think, the biggest thing.
We just talked about, and I use Indiana as an example, and not to shade those guys at all, but they're getting blasted on a nightly basis right now. Do you think that for young teams and teams in the King situation and in the Indiana situation, the way you finish can bleed into what you do in the offseason and going into next season? Or because there is so much turnover in the league, are they completely unrelated, in your opinion?
I would love to tell you that it's completely unrelated, but then we have the Phoenix Suns, you know? Like, we have the Phoenix Suns who go 8-0 in the bubble, who didn't deserve an invite to the bubble. I've said that repeatedly. They were so bad that they went 8-0 in the bubble and still didn't make the play-in tournament. That's how bad they were. They did not deserve to be there. But what that 8 games did is it allowed one franchise to, like, pole vault over like 3 or 4 or 8 other franchises somehow. Where with the Kings, that 8 games was absolutely disastrous. It literally killed their franchise. It set their franchise back maybe 4 years, because you go what did they go? 1-7 in the bubble, 2-6 in the bubble.
2-6, yeah. They beat New Orleans twice, right? Or they beat New Orleans and the Lakers or something like that. They might have won 3 actually.
And then Vlade Divac gets fired.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then
he resigned.
Well, yes. Vlade Divac gets fired. Followed by Monty McNair comes in and doesn't match the offer to Bogdan Bogdanovic. That again, now you don't have a coach and a GM on the same page. You got a new GM and a coach that's waiting till he gets fired, and you can't fire him because he still has 3 years left on his contract, and you keep him on for 20 games because you don't want to pay a regular salary. You want to pay an interim salary. I mean, again, like that 8 games led one franchise to the Western Conference Finals the next year, the NBA Finals the next year. It led the other one to a massive reduction in performance. Massive. I mean, holy cow. The Kings should have... They won 31 the year before with the bubble, and that means that they should have gone on last year to win like 36. They didn't. They stripped down their team. They lost their starting shooting guard. They made a bunch of like non-major moves. And then you get into this year, and it's just like it's a continuation of the same event, which is the bubble. You know, now a coach gets fired 20-something games into a season, all those things. Like it's the ripple effect that always seems to hit this Sacramento Kings team again and again.
So what's going to be different next year? I mean, why should any? Because I know Kings fans they're frustrated. They're not, they're very kind of pessimistic about next year and this offseason and all this other stuff. And why wouldn't they be? Like, what's there to feel like this is finally going to change?
That's hard. Like Sean pointed out that I'm being insincere because Chris Paul joined the Suns. Chris Paul is one player. One player doesn't take a team from like, okay, so what do they finish with? 31, 32 wins, 30, 31 to like, they're going to win over 60 games this season. That's not one player. Chris Paul has missed. It's an identity that they formed in the bubble. And Chris Paul is part of that.
And James, I'll also say, kind of to your point, Chris Paul, without that 8 games and seeing how they finished and seeing how Devin Booker played in the bubble, may not have been willing to go to Phoenix at that time. So, that we don't know these things. These aren't factual, but I think they do play a role in him being willing to go to Phoenix and be like, this is a place where I could help turn some things around.
And we definitely won't point out the fact he had a relationship with Monty Williams, and we won't point that stuff out because it's not important.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. All those things matter, right? But at the same time, like, you had to have something there, because just dropping in a 35-year-old making $40-something million, that doesn't make sense unless
ready
there's
to make another
there.
$40-something million in the next year.
Jesus. And so when you ask about the Kings, I mean, I think that the thing that I would point to is that I think you have something with Fox and Sabonis. I think you do. Like, the way that they've played together. Now what can you do to build around it? Or can you not? Because if you don't build around it, this team might win 35, 36 games next year. Like, and I think that that's probably a It's a pretty high number for where they are today, but I also don't think this team was as bad as they've ended up. So, anyway, yeah, I think there are positives like going into the summer. You do have some cap space. You do have movable pieces. You do have expiring contracts. You do have all of your draft picks. Even if your draft pick is, falls to number 9, it's still a top 10 draft pick. And I don't know that there's a substantial difference between player number 7 and player number 12 in this year's draft. And I even think that there's not a surefire top 6 in this draft. So you just don't know who's going to be there. It's kind of like last year's draft where guys were moving all over the place all the way up until draft night.
Yeah. Yeah, last year's draft was something. We had names. You'd see a name at 3 and you'd see that same name at 12 in a different mock draft or whatever. So
did anyone have Primo going like in the lottery? I don't think anyone had him in the first round. Maybe in the late first round. Yeah, there were some guys that went high. So there's always mistakes. There's always guys that just skyrocket up. There's guys that teams choose because they have a specific identity and they're chasing something very, very specific.
Well, that's not us. If you can play, particularly the 4 or the 2, give us a call. We're placing ads in newspapers now. Are you a guard who can shoot? Are you a 4 who could stretch the floor? Call Monty.
Can you block a shot?
I do, James. I did say.
Can you stay in front of a guy for 2 dribbles?
Oh my gosh, that's the saddest.
All right, my bad.
Time. We gonna see these kids stay in front of a guy for 2 dribbles tonight.
Oh man, Art, man, to the kids out there, boy, it's gonna be. Hammer, you're a former coach. Kenny's kids did not perform this weekend, and they're about to.
We got work to do.
About to be an ugly practice today.
We got work to do. Those Pat Riley practices? They're gonna be a cupcake compared to what we're doing tonight.
So what are they
ready? We're sleeping.
What aren't they young?
Yeah, they're 9. Young?
Okay, and what did they do wrong in this game?
They just need to learn now the values of playing defense.
From the way Kenny's acting, like everything, literally did everything wrong.
Okay,
I love my kids.
Got a collection of buddies out there.
My job for these young little 9-year-olds is to install into them how to play the game. So by the time they get to high school, the only thing they need to learn is that coach's playbook. They don't need to learn how to play basketball because they were dealing with Coach Kenny for 5 years and they know what to do.
I'll say this:
start now.
In the years that I coached, I coached with a buddy of mine who had coached soccer for 25 years. This was a secret to him that I was always impressed with because I was green coaching. But I'm good with dealing with kids and stuff. We would get to a practice after a game and I knew what killed us in the game. We would get to a practice and we would start doing some really strange drill. And I would be like, I have no idea. And about 5 minutes into watching the drill, I figured out that he had a drill to fix every single thing that our boys did wrong. And so while your first instinct is to yell and scream and demand something, the better idea might be to find a game that is fun and hilarious and teaches them how to play defense without them understanding that they're learning how to play defense. Because then you get them like energized and they're loving it and you're teaching from a place of positive reinforcement as opposed to the anger that you want to feel for kids that don't play D or who won't pass to feet or, who do some of the things that they do. And so that I learned that was one of those moments where you're
don't think that's happening at Kenny's practice today.
Yeah,
holy
defense
cow.
Is fun.
Yeah.
There is no fun allowed at Kenny's practice.
Defense is a ball.
Go subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast. Go to thekingsbeat.com and subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter. Go become a premium subscriber at the Kings Beat. Go buy some Kings Beat merchandise. If you got some kids, rename them Kings Beat. Just make sure you're supporting our man, James Ham, here with us, who has the Kings winning the rest of their games and making the playoffs. You heard it here first. We'll be back tomorrow as the Sacramento Kings are in action in about a half hour. We'll cover it all at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Clear.
Did we get Drake bars? I didn't hear the Drake bars.
Yeah, Drake bars 12:20.
When do they play Houston again? They play Houston on
Wednesday and Friday.
Oh man,
Wednesday, Friday. They fly back on. What's that?
We might get 3 Drake bars this week, an unprecedented amount.
Yeah, it would be something.
And then again, Warriors on the second night of a back-to-back, and that's where I'm like, I hate saying it, and I mean I have it already written that I should not have written, and I'm not going to publish until like after this game. If they do somehow win tonight, like I'm not saying that they're an odds-on favorite to make it, but there is actually a legitimate shot because I just think that they don't they have one other game next week against someone that I skipped over.
Yeah, you got the Warriors, New Orleans, Clippers, and Suns.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah. And I think each of those games you look at and you're like, you can come up with a reason why they could win that game. I'm not saying they're going to, because it's the Kings, and every time you think they're going to do something, they don't do it.
And lost in really the record, right? The record isn't great. The Kings are going on what? About 3 weeks of solid basketball. Like they haven't played, even when they lost to Boston, it was more about Boston than it was like the Kings being terrible or something like that. I'm trying to think of their last bad game. The Knicks' second half was a bad performance. That was pretty ridiculous. But before that, I'm sure it's something on the road. They get beat down by somebody. Before that was Dallas, where they should have won. And before that one,
man, we're gonna look at the end of this season, and I already know right now we could come up 6 games they should have won that like came down to the wire or were like right there for the taking.
Oh, I mean the OKC game in OKC, the one where Fox gets stripped, they're up 16 in like the fourth quarter or third quarter of that game against OKC. And then you lose 2 back-to-back home games to Houston and Detroit.
Oh, yeah. And what about the Philly game where they were missing 5 starters? That happened. That was this season. That was this season. Yeah. Like, how many games did they play without someone else's star? Yeah. Anyway, like, Kenny, what I would do with your boys, like, play king of the court, but play king of the court with the defender holding court, and sit there and clap and yell and scream, move your feet, like cheer them on the whole time. And if he gets one stop, that kid goes off and goes stand, and you bring in the next kid and you play king. Just keep rounding king of the court and make it a big, exciting, fun, loud thing. I'm telling you, man, I was shocked at how my buddy coached. Every time he did it, I was like, oh, man, that is such the issue that we had this weekend. And he's just fixing it. The kids have no idea he's fixing it. Because if you point it out, then they're all thinking about it. And then just, they all drop their heads. And, if you move on and you try to do something different.
They got it. The good thing about it is they got a bunch of good kids, man. They're good kids. They listen. They work hard. They're 9 years old. There's things they got to learn, so.
Yeah. This is what Kenny doing at practice today.
Down, up. Yeah.
No. How come it's not? How come every time I try to? Oh, it's because I don't have the right thing potted up. I was trying to make a joke and couldn't, and it's because.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
There's Kenny at practice today, right there. There's Kenny at practice.
How much time did you?
I'm here to play around with y'all. God damn it, I'm not.
Oh, Jesus. Alex Lynn and Josh Jackson were just both non-COVID related illness are just both ruled out. It's Nemi time.
Nemi time. Let's go.
Wow, that came Oh no, it is time, right? Oh yeah. Wow.
Time.
Yeah, but don't they go away from a center most of the time? Like they have Bam, but outside of Bam, I mean, are we going to see
Deadman still playing there? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you call what he does. I say that I haven't even looked at Deadman's stats all year. And they're 47 and 28. I'm surprised they're not I'm surprised that they're not going to rest some players tonight. 6.2 and 5.9 in 60 minutes a game.
Against the Kings last year, though. Well, not ball out, but he had like a impactful game. He had like 12 points or something like that.
He's shooting 46.7% from 3. And I bet you he has fewer turnovers in his entire season than he had in like the first 3 games with the Kings last year.
Man.
Yeah, turnovers. He's averaging 1 a game. You remember the game he had 6, like right in the first couple of games of the season? Oh, God, he was so bad for Sacramento. I've seen that play out so many times where guys take the money and then literally they just don't play at all. Yeah. Brutal. All right, everything else good?
Yeah, man. We'll talk Wednesday. We'll see you a couple more times, yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
Wednesday?
and then what was your thoughts on the slap heard around the world?
We covered that one extensively today.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. And just kind of leave it at that. I wish everyone was talking about Will finally winning his Oscar.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he should have handled it any certain way. I just wish that didn't happen.
And
I
you
love
guys
Will
did
Smith too much.
Did you see how during his speech they had to go to like the blur out screen?
Yeah, I wasn't clear why that happened. He said it was like I don't know if that was happening on accident or he was spitting. What was the reason for it?
Venus.
I don't understand.
I heard about. I didn't see.
Venus was having a major league wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, I did not know that.
They kept going to her, and it was like all the ladies in the room are like, "Oh my gosh, I see her," and I'm like, "I don't." You see what? And then all of a sudden it goes to like shaky screen. I'm like, "What's this screen?"
Oh, I didn't know that. I knew when it kept coming back, it was on the family. I thought that was by design. I didn't.
They kept going to the family, cutting, and then going back to that, and then she put her arm across her front, and they went back to them. I believe that was the issue. Yes.
Man, what a night. Jeez.
Yeah, what a night, man. What a crazy, crazy night. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go watch some bad basketball where the Kings take one more step closer to the play-in game.
It's a big one tonight, Jay.
All right, man. We'll see you Wednesday.
All right, man.
Sounds good.
Thanks, man. I don't know. I ain't got nothing.
Me neither. I didn't snack today, so you guys know I'm hungry now.
All right, we'll go eat some food. Appreciate y'all. I think there was mostly civil discussion in the chat, so appreciate that. Always good stuff. Unless we missed something, then thank y'all for handling it. We'll see y'all on tomorrow noon.